Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this session of the Tacoma Park City Council. Will the clerk call the roll?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kovar.
Here.
Councilmember Dabala.
Present.
Councilmember Costick.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Searcy.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We are meeting today at 6:30 to receive a presentation of a community science fellow project assessing how to prioritize stormwater infrastructure under a changing climate. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, Mayor and Council, you'll hear a presentation from one of our partners. Through the Council of Governments, we partner with a community science fellow to identify assistance with developing a systematic approach for assessing existing stormwater infrastructure capacity to prioritize infrastructure improvement projects to enhance resiliency. And we're very excited about this project, and I'd like to turn it over to Director Braithwaite.
Good evening. Nice to be back in the council chamber. It's my pleasure to bring this presentation before council tonight. It was several years back when Councilmember Dabala brought this opportunity to our attention through the Council of Governments, so we appreciate that connection and are glad to be partnering with Thriving Earth Exchange. And so to jump right into it, I wanted to introduce Gustavo Coelho, who's the PhD student with George Mason University that's been the researcher and reporter for this and has done the project on behalf of the city, and Catherine Siemens, who's the science director of Nature Nurture, who coordinated the program through the Community Science Fellows. So very much appreciate the opportunity to have that program presented to us through the Council of Governments, and I have really enjoyed working with both of them. I'll just give them a shout out and thank you for all their work and efforts. And with that, I'll turn it over to Gustavo to make the presentation.
Can you hear me? So can you hear me? I'm not sure if.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, my mic
All right.
might be-
So my name is Gustavo Coelho, and a PhD candidate at George Mason University. I work with Dr. Celso Ferreira in the Food Hazard Research Lab. And in the last 2 years, I have been working with Tacoma Park on assessing how to prioritize the stormwater infrastructure under climate change. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and I hope I can be useful for the city with my research. So before I jump in, I would just like to comment on my overall research. Basically, I focus on flood resilience, and I look into ways to improve food resilience for cities. And food resilience can be approached from different actions. You can be preparing, respond, recover to event. And when a city is affected by an event, you are limited to those actions to just react to what's going on and then bring back to the city to the everyday life. My research focuses on the prevention and assessing the risk of flooding, and also developing plans to improve flood resilience for the cities. And between different possible approaches that we can have non-structural or structural measures. And here, in the context of the city of Tacoma Park, my focus is on the stormwater system that's already in place, and the effects of climate change, how can we anticipate the possible impacts of climate change on the stormwater infrastructure system, and how we can deal with that. So in a nutshell, basically we engineers, when we're designing some infrastructure for flood control, we are focusing on a single design value, and this value we define it based on hydrological statistics. So looking to retrospective data, and when we look to precipitation data, we design, we pursue statistics, and we define design storm that will be correlated with a probability of occurrence. And under a climate change scenario where we expect the increase of temperature, there is an increase of the intensity and expected increase of intensity and frequency of rainfall. And if we have this change over time, we need to come with alternative approaches to redefine our design value. So basically, if we have an infrastructure system that's already in place, it can be under or over design depending on this change, and or we focus on understand how the level of protection of that infrastructure will be changing with those changes. So to do that, to look into the future, we can use global climate models, and they provide numerical simulations of different processes of the Earth. And this is the way that we can characterize how future climate may become in the future. And there's a lot of research on how the precipitation will be changing, looking to those global climate models. And there is different uncertainties that can become with the process. And the first one is the future. We are not sure exactly how the future will be looking like. So we want to focus on and look into different possible futures. And there is different processing methods translating those changes in precipitation to the hydrologic model. There is also the variability of the climate that's built on top of all those uncertainties. And here, doing my research with Tacoma Park, and also I have been also work with the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, we developed a method to flexibilize, so to bring these climate changes to the precipitation, to design storms, and provide an adaptive method. So you can have a flexible plan to commit to short-term actions, and also look to long-term and guide future actions. And also this plan that I'm going to present today allows that you update the plan as you move in the future when new data, new advances on climate and research become more available. So the objective when I was approached by the Tripping Earth Change was to understand how those future projections of climate change will affect Tacoma Park stormwater infrastructure. And Tacoma Park provide all the GIS of the stormwater system, and our methodology to extract those changes from the climate models. We proceed with the hydrologic modeling, and then assessed how those impacts of the precipitation change will affect the system. And we look into, we proceed with analysis, defining different planning horizons. So we have the current reference for engineering design, and we look into future horizons, like if we are to update for 2020 and 2040 up to 2100, how those different changes would affect those timeframe. And the outcome of this research consists in the areas in the city where the stormwater infrastructure is underdesigned, undersized, considering those changes. And we characterize those places with low, medium, and high priority, depending on how much time the system could fail during a storm. So just giving a background of the methodology, today we have the NOAA Atlas team that provides those statistics about the precipitation. And basically when we go to design an infrastructure in case of the stormwater system, we often use the 10-year average recurrence interval. So basically, we have this reference for the risk of a stormwater system, and we go to those graphs, and we, from the 10-year, we go and get the precipitation from that is expected for that recurrence interval. And then with that, we will proceed with the hydrological modeling. And basically, these statistics, the average recurrence interval or return period, consists in the probability of occurrence of that value of precipitation based on the historical data. And in the case of the 10-year return period, that's what I'm going to use over this presentation, consists in that in any given year, the chance of having a precipitation is equivalent of 10%. And I don't want to bring too much jargon here, but just providing an overview of our methodology. And basically here, as you see in this plot, we see a climate model. So we have these blue dots that represents the historical period that simulations provided by this climate model. And then we have the projected period. So we have many simulations. This is a large ensemble of simulations where we have 70 simulations. And then for each chunk of 20 years, we combine this data from all those ensemble members and extract the statistics. And then from the historical period, we compare the data with the projected period, and then we extract the precipitation change between those two periods. So basically, we have today the Atlas 14, that's the current reference, that was developed considering the data from 1941 until 2000. And then we get from the climate model the same period, the statistics, and we compare with the future. And then we have a change for each one of those planning horizons that I talked before. With this presentation, these new design storms, we developed a stormwater model for the Como Park system. And here you see where we were able to develop the system. We didn't cover yet all the entire city, but we analyzed this part of the city to prioritize more concerning areas first. And this model basically gets this rainfall and then simulates the water getting to the ground, the overland flow going to the stormwater system, and provides us the information about when the pipes are overflowing, when they get full, and we can do this analysis. In this model, we also install some sensors to get some real data and then also calibrate the model. And then finally, these maps summarize the precipitation changes over time. And as you see in this first column, you see the map for the region, and the stars where the Como Park is located. And basically what that means is those maps here represents the current reference. So this is a 10-year average recurrence interval that's our interest, but I put in here at 25, 50, and 100 years. And just for a reference, if we are designing a bridge, we're probably looking to a 100-year average recurrence interval. So depending on the size of the type of infrastructure, we'll use different risks. And here, as we move towards to the end of the century, we see that we go to light shades of blue, and we see that how the precipitation changes over this period. And basically these hatches, what they indicate is when we start going outside of the confidence boundary of the current design storm. So basically, the current atlas provides us as a mean in the range of uncertainty. And then those projections here shows that by 2060, we are going above threshold that we're expecting to have that precipitation. And when you go to the end of the century, you're almost the entire region is already above that level. If it's still unclear what that means, I have this better summary. And basically here, I show you before this blue line, that's the current reference. and the shades of the gray. And then all those those color lines represents how the precipitation would change for the planning horizons that I told you. And basically by the end of the century, we are expecting an increase of 31% of the extreme precipitation that used for designing our system. So we could be expecting for that risk about 30% increase in precipitation. But then my work comes to translate this information to the stormwater system. And if we look to this plot here again, what I want you to see is that for the 10-year, when I get the end of the century precipitation and I compare it with today's, it means that the 10 years in the future is equivalent to a little bit more than 25 years from today's. So what that means is that precipitation, higher precipitation, we are having a higher risk to have those higher precipitation. And then finally, this is the summary of the main results of the project. And basically those maps show where the system is passing by the design storm and where the system is overflowing. And basically to prioritize where we should be focusing first, we characterize for low, medium, and high priority. And basically, when we run the model, we see how much time we have that system overflowing. And then for low priority, when the system overflows up to 30 minutes, we have low priority, and then medium for 30 minutes to 1 hour. And if you have above 1 hour overflowing during that simulation, we consider as a high priority. This map can be a little bit hard to see the streets. I have a table that summarizes these results, but basically, just taking an example, if you analyze for the current standards, we have already some points here that are for our interest to analyze if we need to proceed with some interventions. And then when we move to the right, you'll see, for example, in here, that we have an increase of reaches that are overflowing that we should prioritize. And then, for example, here we have, let me just zoom in so it will be easier for everyone here. So a reach that's overflowing for a long time, so it would be a high priority over everything. And then coming back to what I talked about in the beginning, we proceed with this planning horizons. So 2020, 2060, 2100. Basically, this means that we can look to the 2020 as if we are to update those references with the current knowledge. And then this is what we would be looking into the prioritization of the system. And then if we look to the end of the century, this is what we're looking for. But maybe the planning would be the decision where actually act should analyze those scenarios and see a comparison with the costs of those scenarios and see if we do go all the way to the end of the century, maybe we may have too much intervention, maybe to higher costs. So we can look to a shorter period of time to make priority intervention. And then as we have in the future more budget available for those other interventions, we can work with this different planning. And then here's a table that summarizes this presentation will be available, so you can look to those. And then finally, just a summary of community outcomes is takeaways is that extreme precipitation is expected to change or to increase by 2040 about 13%, and then by 2100 about 30% increase. And then for the current infrastructure, the recommendation would be to evaluate with updated design storms the system and assess the needs for retrofitting this system. And for new infrastructure projects, should be thinking about the updated IDF curves, but also with the expected life cycle of the infrastructure. And then also verify for our worst case scenario, would be looking to the end of the century. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I will be happy to answer any question that you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Gustavo, for that presentation. I think the folks on Poplar are probably knowing that what they have suspected has been confirmed by your analysis. I'll see if any of my colleagues have any questions for you or our Director of Public Works. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is really useful information, I think, and it seems like it'll be helpful in moving forward and planning in a way that allows us to make the most of our systems and prioritize where we need to do the work first. As the mayor pointed out, in Ward 3, Poplar Avenue is, I think, an area we already knew was getting a lot of stormwater and is definitely an area to prioritize. It also looked like Cockerel was another area as well in Ward 3 that was on the high level as well. So I guess maybe my question is more actually for Director Braithwaite, but I'm curious how this information can be used and how it sort of aligns with what our plans are currently or what you're thinking in terms of implementing it.
Sure. This is the first opportunity we've had to have an analysis done like that. And as Gustavo had mentioned early in the presentation, we did a very small portion of the city, the southern portion of the city, where we know we've had some historical flooding. So we wanted to pick those areas first. The next step in the process would be to determine how to expand the analysis citywide. So we're comparing, citywide and pushing those priorities. Gustavo's methodology is one that exists. There are others, and so we're currently now in the research and fact-finding phase to determine what methodologies are out there, what might be the best way to expand the analysis citywide, and what the vehicles are to do that. Really appreciate the information and the education that Gustavo has provided to us here. And so it sort of serves as a starting point for us. We're looking at all this information, historical information that we have, the analysis for future climate change models and what that is going to mean in terms of storm volumes. It's still a little bit of not a debate. Everybody agrees it's increasing, but to what level? I think there's still a lot of scientific discussion about that. So long story short, we're just in the point of gathering information, trying to figure out how we're going to expand the citywide. As you know, the city does have a 5-year capital improvement program for stormwater projects. So we'll be anticipating to address both those capital needs as well as repair needs through that, through that budget over time. We've already had our 5-year programs selected years ago, so those, continue, but we're now starting to look at the 4 and 5 years and beyond out. So we'll be incorporating new projects as we continue to develop the program.
And in terms of addressing the specific issues in the locations where they're deemed high priority, is that a matter of widening pipe sizes or putting in rain gardens or working with residents to make changes on private property or all of the above? How do you address the issues in those locations?
Yeah, Gustavo may want to speak to this as well. I would say it's a bit of all of the above. However, what his analysis has shown is areas where the infrastructure has failed. Basically, it's fully at capacity. So we're talking about significant amounts of stormwater volume concentrated and focused in a storm event. So green infrastructure is a way to address some of that over the, not the extreme storms, not the high capacity, high volume events, but more the everyday storms that we get regularly, so we can improve and enhance water quality for that. I would think for areas where we've identified as a high-term priority to address, we're going to be looking at major infrastructure changes, larger pipe size, additional culverts, trying to, find space in the existing very crowded subsurface of the streets that we have to put additional structures. But Gustavo, you may have some something to add on that too.
Yeah, I think all those points are valid, and I agree with the rain garden and all the green infrastructure. This is very important for the city as it develops. And it's very important to have those systems. However, they have a limited capacity for large storms, and then the city should keep promoting, facilitating that everyone implement those infrastructure. However, we still will need to work on increasing size of the pipes or doing large infrastructure. However, I would like to point that just increasing size of the pipe, we may not be solving the problem. We may be solving the problem in that street, but we are conducting the water faster and a large amount of water downstream. So this may impact some point at downstream. So it's very important to think about the detention and retention basins, facilities that will store this water during the excess of water, and don't just solve the problem location, but bring to another place. And even if it's not the Cone Park, you may get this flooding somewhere in another city. So it's very important to think about the watershed, not only locally.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense to me. And I think Poplar is a great example of that, because a lot of that does move downstream to some of the other locations where we also have challenges with the stormwater management already. I would just note in terms of that map, it does look like there are a couple of locations, Poplar being one of them, that are already red. And so if those could be prioritized in our projects, I think that to me makes a lot of sense as we move forward. And obviously finding the other locations in other parts of the city that are similar in terms of critical need as well seems to me to be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask something similar about green infrastructure. So going to the front end, when you looked at the capacity of the infrastructure, were you looking only at the existing gray infrastructure, the pipes, or were you also looking at the capacity of the green infrastructure, the rain gardens, the bump outs, et cetera, to slow down the water before it hits the pipe in the existing capacity?
So I think if I understand correctly the question, if in the simulations we considered that we have those infrastructure already in the simulation, right?
So yes, so the question is, for the simulations of the existing capacity, did you look at the pipes, or did you look at the pipes plus the green infrastructure?
All right. Yes. So in that simulation, we don't have those rain gardens in the simulation. So we didn't have enough information to add those in the model.
Okay.
And also this can be done, but we had limited resources to add those because it would be a very detailed model. The model considers all the surface of the watershed, and then the transformation of the rainfall to the runoff. And then we have some coefficients that we consider how much it infiltrates. We didn't add specific infrastructure, so we are considering this overland flow in the pipes, basically.
Thank you. I noticed that in Ward 2, which is not the low tip there of the city, but that other neighborhood, that there's at least one stretch that's already in the current condition on, I think it's Jackson, in a medium priority. No, yes, medium priority. And I would just point that out and ask for the similar thought there about if we're going to be looking at what is surely expensive infrastructure work, but that we also look at the places that are already medium priority. And there are two of them that I see in Ward 2, the other one being on Larch. And a question that I have about the stretches as opposed to the dots. So in 2060, mostly it's read as it's to say high priority dots. Does that mean essentially one stormwater intake is overloaded and it could theoretically, that could be fixed as opposed to the pipe underneath it? Is that what that means?
So those
Practice.
dots, they are actually very short pipes. So although this map is provided with all the
Oh.
pipes, so it's just a very short pipe.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
if you look, give a zoom, you can actually see it, which pipe it is, and maybe it's from an inlet to the main pipe. So that's reach. So this would be a minimum intervention. But then when you look, so if you're going to work in a session that is a high priority, we can already start thinking about the adjacent sections because we are going to make that intervention. So we
Yeah.
could optimize the resources for that.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, okay, thank you. And how far out would you suggest in practice that we're thinking about 2060? Because 2020 has already happened, right? Or thinking about 2100 in terms of, because 2060, that's 40 years. I'm not sure how long the old pipes last to start with. So I'm just wondering in practical sense, which map would you be looking at, focusing on?
Yes, I think this comes in benefit cost analysis. So I would suggest to think, so those pipes are made to last many, many years. So this could be like more a question for there. But you could check, design the system for 2040 and then check, or 2060, and then check for the end of the century. What's the difference? Does the pipe size changes? Because maybe the commercial size that we're going to use is already enough to get the difference. So this would be a case by case analysis. And then I would say that the project should analyze that and have these possible scenarios. And then we have a scenario, a cost for 2060 or cost for the end of the century. And then you can make a informed decision about, okay, the difference between those two scenarios is not too much. So we can go already with the end of scenario. But if the cost is changed too much, maybe we should be more conservative and stay with a lower change scenario.
Okay, great. And this is very helpful. And I note that even in 2100, the majority of the pipes that we have now, as old as they are green still. And most of the rest are yellow. And that's in some level reassuring, not to the people who live in those spots, but as a citywide point of view, that's actually really nice to know. And my last question, just that spot in between the two sections where you have Elm Avenue and Woodland in the park there, you didn't look at that section. That's why it's blank. Daryl, maybe you're more familiar with the streets.
It could also be that there's no stormwater infrastructure in that location.
In that whole stretch?
Yeah, I'd have to see the map to know for sure, but yeah,
Huh,
there are
So-
streets without any stormwater infrastructure.
yeah.
So
I thought-
what is
we
it,
have
the
a
reach
pretty
again?
short-
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's the space between the two study areas that you did, whether or not there was stormwater infrastructure in that area or
Oh.
whether we just avoided the analysis.
Yes, so they are different watersheds, so they are draining for different parts of
Okay,
the
thank
river.
you.
That's
think-
why they are not connected. And then we have open channel in that part there. So and we had a small system we didn't add to this analysis.
Yeah, I believe, the back of Woodland is a stream valley that's uncontrolled. So
Right,
it's not part of the city's stormwater system and it is
Right.
on private property. So
yeah, so a lot of that-
historically, that was the way that has always been.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering those questions.
Great.
Really
Councilmember,
great work. Thank you.
Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. I just had 2 or 3 questions. One, it wasn't clear to me, and maybe you said this, but are these projections based on if there is no change in the country in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, or is this taking into account what we hope we'll be able to do, or does that not matter for the work that you did?
So sure, yeah, this is a great question. So basically, those climate models, when they design those simulations, they have different future pathways where we consider different changes. I'll translate that as different increases in temperature. So you are thinking, those researchers look into different emission scenarios. So we have low emission, medium emission, high emission, about 5 future scenarios, and those models simulate that. So basically, if you have a high emission scenario, what that means is the country is not doing much, and we are having a lot of increase on emissions. We are going to have higher increase in temperature. And when we have this high increase in temperature, we will have more water in the atmosphere, more rainfall, more water available for precipitation. So that's why we see those increases in precipitation. So in this case, in the case of this study, we have available one of those scenarios that's like in between mid and a high emission scenario. And this is what we're looking into. Another thing that we should be important to add in the future is look to other scenarios. However, we have limited availability still of those future scenarios. And this data that we're using in this study is the most recent simulations. So this is the most recent state-of-the-art climate models. And that's why we don't have yet those 2 main scenarios to look into. And then we would need to go over past generations of climate models. But this is very important. And there is other works around the region that we could also have those to compare and contrast. But it's important to think about those. And this we don't know. This is uncertain. We don't know which one of these future scenarios will be. That's why we keep playing with those different planning horizons.
Okay, thank you. 2 other questions. Can you just put back up again the screen that showed the list of the streets that are problematic? I think it was right after the maps. I was trying to get it on my iPad, but I couldn't get it. There was I think it was the next to last.
Yeah.
Right before that one, maybe? Or right before, yeah, there it goes. Okay. So I just wanted to note what they all were. And then the last question was, so this study only did part of the city, and I understand that that's how these kinds of things work. How much time and how costly would it be, or would it take, and would it be to do in the same way that you did here, the remainder of the city? And I don't have a sense for what the percentage was of the whole city that you did either, but so maybe you can just comment briefly on that.
Yes. So this work is conducted as I'm a volunteer in this project, and like I'm trying to manage my time with my PhD and all of those. So this is reflects on the availability of time that I have to build those models. And these models, this work usually is done by companies. So it's a large amount of work to build those models. So my point is, I had limited availability of resources myself to building this model, and it's difficult to estimate how, depending on how many people. But I would say if you have only like one person doing this work, it should take a few months to finish building the rest of the system. I was able to finish about the hydrology. I have all the hydrology, but would need a person to put all this in the model and run the simulations. So if we have the resources available, I would say that it would be possible to wrap up the rest of the city in a few months, like 2-3 months, having those people to focus on this work and finish this stormwater model.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
I just had a question I wanted to follow up on Councilwoman Dabala's question when she asked about that this is just measuring in the model the pipes, and you didn't have the chance to look at other green infrastructure. I guess I have two questions on that. One, how much do you think not having the other green infrastructure impacts the results? And two, how much more work is that to include the green infrastructure in the analysis?
Yes. So the knowledge that I presented is to affirm that those infrastructure will have like lower precipitation events is based on research that have been done. So other people who did this kind of experiment with having or not having this rain gardens, green infrastructure in the system. So it's accurate to say what we just affirmed. And then for having this for the Tacoma Park, would be a similar work on having a little bit more time for the people to add those in the system. And then this would be a few more, maybe 1 or 2 months on top of that time that I already gave. And also, maybe actually I need to just say that maybe we would need to have a survey to get more information about those infrastructure. You have already in your GIS system a lot of information, but maybe to do an accurate representation of those systems, we need to have a few surveys to go there and do some measurements to be able to reflect those in the model. And then running the model without and with those green infrastructure, you could have a better representation of those and see how they change. So I think this full package should be thinking about 6 months of work if you have 1 or 2 people working on it.
Yeah, I just want to add to this, just a clarification. The city has had an aggressive program of green infrastructure and facility construction. We've got over 70 bioretention facilities in the city. We design them for 1-year storm events. So their function is to treat stormwater. Their function is not to, they do also capture, slow down, help drop sediment, but they're not a conveyance. They're not intended to manage large flash flood or storm events. They're intended to clean the first flush of rain, which is the dirtiest. The first amount of rain that hits the street and washes off is the dirtiest runoff you're going to get. So those bioretention facilities are really geared towards treatment. They're really geared towards cleaning. They do serve other functions, but that's their priority. And the size reflects that. So, in a built out city like Tacoma Park, you have very limited places where you can do large containment, capture, storage facilities. Interestingly enough, we have a storage facility right under this, out front under this building, a very, very large storage system, should it ever rain that much to have to be filled. So that it's a little bit of apples and oranges. They're very important and critical to stormwater management, but they're not the way you're going to manage rain events, 100-year storms that are going to be happening with increasing frequency. They'll be the way we improve water quality over time, and we're still going to continue our aggressive approach to installing them. There are many other things that people can do in terms of, tree planting and rain garden creation and green roofs, and all those things help in their own way. It just sort of, it's a spectrum of issues and water volume. And so the green portion, the bioretentions, they're really focused on that low volume event, whereas I think the value of the report we're looking at tonight are those high volume events. Where are we going to have the potential for catastrophic system failure? And that's what we really we're hoping to kind of gather, so we can continue the green infrastructure, but also plan for system replacement. And I just wanted to add, and again, you'll be hearing about this when we talk about budget, but the city does have a 5-year cycle where we video inspect all our stormwater pipes. So we have very good information as to the age of the pipes, the condition of the pipes. And part of the point of that is so that we can identify potential pipe failures before they happen. So if we've got an identified pipe that's in deteriorating shape, and it also happens to be in one of those priority areas, that kind of becomes a twofer in terms of, improving a project, expanding capacity, and dealing with a potential, age of pipe issue. And so we're constantly overlaying those things together as we plan and design our stormwater program. And lastly, we've got a project this year. I wanted to reinforce and was thrilled to hear everybody mention that you can have the biggest pipes in the universe, but you've also got to plan for where you're shooting them at, where that fire hose is going. And Tacoma Branch in our city is where that fire hose is going right now to great environmental degradation. So that's a high priority stormwater project that we really have to start from the end and work backward. We really need to restore the stream valley there so it can continue to handle the large volume of stormwater we're putting towards it. And a project they're working on this year is related to Circle Woods and Cockrell Avenue, and will also provide stormwater conveyance to reduce some of the pressure that's coming now currently to the head of Circle Woods through the Spring Avenue and Poplar Avenue pipes. So we are looking at that and, end game, where this water is going, and planning the projects to be able to handle the capacity that these increasing storms and larger pipes will produce.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the reminder on what the green infrastructure does versus the pipes. Sat through your stormwater presentation many times, and it's good to have that reminder. I'm seeing no other questions, so thank you so much for this research and this presentation. I'll remind folks that it is up on the city website if people want to take a look at it. And thank you very much to Director Braithwaite. Thank you to our colleague, Councilwoman DeBala, for bringing this opportunity to the city. The City Council will take a 11-minute break and then come back and start our regularly scheduled meeting at 7:30. Thank you. right, we are coming back to our meeting. We had started meeting at 6:30 for a presentation on Community Science Fellow Project, assessing how to prioritize stormwater.
Recording in progress.
We good? All right. We just had a presentation assessing how to prioritize stormwater infrastructure under a changing climate. You can find that on the city website. So looking ahead at our agenda items moving forward, next week, Wednesday, March 23rd, we will convene at 6 p.m. In a closed session. The city council will meet in a closed session to discuss collective bargaining with the city's two unions, at 6 p.m. And then our regular meeting will begin at 7:30. Our voting session will be single reading ordinance approving a contract for a public space management plan, single reading ordinance approving a contract for red light cameras, and a resolution approving sole source designation for the University of Vermont Spatial Analysis Laboratory for a tree canopy analysis. Our work session next week will be on the revisiting the sign ordinance, and then an update from the sustainability manager and a discussion of plans for ARPA funds allocated for social service partnerships and the library. On Wednesday, March 30th, the City Council will not meet, and then we'll be back again on Wednesday, April 6th at 7:30 for a presentation from the Task Force on Sustainable Banking and Investments and the City Manager's recommended FY 2023 budget. Then on Wednesday, April 13th, we'll have our regular City Council meeting here, and we'll start with a public hearing on the City Manager's recommended FY 2023 budget. So that is our agenda looking forward. We have a proclamation this evening. Give me 1 second. I have to get that online. It's a proclamation on Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month is recognized each March to promote respect for people with developmental disabilities and bring awareness of the barriers that people with developmental disabilities can face. And whereas developmental disabilities are a group of conditions relating to physical, learning, language, or behavior that last throughout a person's lifetime, such as ADHD, autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, intellectual disability, learning disability, and other disabilities. And whereas the CDC estimates that 1 in 6 children age 3 to 17 has one or more developmental disabilities, and the exact number of people of all ages in the U.S. affected by intellectual and development disabilities is not known. And whereas people with developmental disabilities should be treated with dignity and respect and should have the resources needed to live secure, fulfilling lives and to access their communities and services needed. And whereas stereotyping, discrimination, and bullying toward individuals with developmental disabilities is a nationwide problem. And whereas awareness of barriers people with disabilities, developmental disabilities can face in participating in the community and collaboration on how to overcome those barriers can bring about broader inclusion and better outcomes for everyone. Whereas the City of Tacoma Park strives to be an inclusive and equitable community where everyone is appreciated for their unique abilities. And whereas the City of Tacoma Park is a welcoming city that is dedicated to fostering acceptance and welcome of all residents and preventing discrimination and bullying. And whereas the City of Tacoma Park is stronger and more vibrant because of residents with developmental disabilities. Now therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the Council, residents, and staff, proclaim March 2022 as a Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. And I realized, and I just want to thank Councilwoman Kostick for bringing this to our attention to do the proclamation this year. And I did realize on the rolling agenda that I missed that on Friday morning, the City Council will meet in a closed administrative session with the City Manager to do his 6-month review. So apologies for skipping that. All right, now moving along, we'll move to public comments. First, we'll have public comments here in the auditorium, and we'll start with public comments on voting items. Our first voting item is the second reading ordinance adopting a redistricting plan. So any public comments on that?
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Noel Nussbaum, currently Ward 6, 7333 New Hampshire Avenue, but prior to when I moved there a few years ago, basically my entire life in the current Ward 3 and the proposed Ward 3. I just want to reiterate my opposition to the currently chosen plan and say that option Z is much better. This map basically treats Ward 3 like the Montgomery County redistricting treats Tacoma Park. If you look at the map in Tacoma Park on the Montgomery County thing, we're here, and then it goes up to the Beltway, and then there's a whole nother part. Ward 3 is treated the same way in this plan by the city. And so I also want to point out that this is now 2 cycles in a row that the council's basically overruled the public input they received and just enacted their own plan. And both, this year, both Baltimore County and Prince George's County have had maps thrown out. The state's maps are currently in litigation. In fact, just today it was announced that the primary is being moved back to July 19th. So I just want to say that picking a plan like this, I think, puts the council in a bad position, and I don't want to see council end up in litigation over it. I don't think it will, but I just want to point out, even without that, it's just a bad plan. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the second reading ordinance adopting a redistricting plan? Okay, the next item for voting this evening, we have a resolution providing for appointments to the Commission on Landlord-Tenant Affairs. Any public comments on that? All right, seeing none, we'll take public comments in the auditorium on other matters.
Hello, I'm Sean Henley. I work at Public Works here in the city and am AFSCME Local 3399 president. I think folks have brought up before that sort of the structure of these meetings doesn't really provide for direct responses to the comments, but I did want to speak to a few things that were mentioned by City Manager Fox and Mayor Stewart during the council meeting last Wednesday. During City Manager comments, Mr. Fox spoke at length about how AFSCME 3399 agreed to and provided input related to the mandate policy, vaccination mandate. We acknowledge that early discussions with city management were fruitful and concessions were made by the city as well as the union. We were in the process of refining the language for a memorandum of agreement when I first received word of a coworker whose religious exemption request was denied. I followed up with Tracy Smith, HR Director, and requested a total number of bargaining unit employees who applied for religious and medical exemptions. All of these religious exemption requests were denied. We were operating in good faith as a city to refine the policy to best fit our mutual interest in public health, safety, and protecting our members' employees. The city operated in bad faith by not mentioning at the beginning of discussions that they never planned to honor requests for religious accommodations. This was a premeditated decision on the part of the city, and if they had stated their intentions earlier, we would not have entertained a memorandum of agreement that would indirectly lead to some of our members being subject to religious discrimination and subsequent termination. Mr. Fox also stated, quote, "Our policy is no different than any other jurisdiction in the COG area. Every other jurisdiction has a similar policy that we have. I've heard from several of our union members who have friends, relatives that work in other COG cities, and they believe that this statement is a fabrication. The burden of proof should be on Mr. Fox, as he used this claim to substantiate the city's inflexible policy as one that is consistent with the city's peer group. Mr. Fox, could you please provide, in this meeting this evening, for public record, COG meeting minutes, links to the respective vaccination mandate policies, and number of approved religious exemptions, or other proof of this statement?" And finally, Mayor Stewart, I do agree that we should work toward reestablishing a dialogue between Local 3399 and the mayor and council. Upon further reflection, one major obstacle presents itself. The way our negotiations with the city are structured, we have a full contract negotiation every 3 years, as well as a wage reopener for fiscal year 2 and 3 of the contract. If any of these negotiations should be prolonged, which has been a reoccurring theme in the past several years, When would we schedule these meetings with the mayor and council? You all refuse to meet with Local 3399 representatives when we're in active negotiations. The window when we aren't in negotiations with the city depends on the relationship between our union and city management, which is something we should be addressing with you all if there are systemic issues at play. One final thing, I did make a GoFundMe for the folks that lost their jobs. I'm going to be sharing that with you all. It'd be sort of backwards to fire somebody and then donate to a GoFundMe, but I'm going to share it all the same. Thanks. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you very much. Those are, any other public comments here in the auditorium? All right, not seeing any, we'll now move to public comments online. And I believe we had one person sign up for comment on the appointments to the Commission for Landlord-Tenant Affairs. Is that correct? Yeah.
It looks like the person is not on the call.
Okay, so then we'll move to comments on other matters, and I think we have one person signed up for that, correct? Mr. Gargliardo, do we have him? I think, not sure if we're able to see. Are we having issues with that?
He is on the call.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Do you want to just,
Yeah, the technology is goofed up tonight. I'll reserve my remarks for your next meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
thank you. All right, and then I am not seeing any other public comments for this evening. We will now turn to council comments. Do I have any council comments? No council comments this evening? Yes, council, yes, city clerk?
Is there a legislative update tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I skipped that, I'm very sorry. Do we have Suhani? I didn't see her.
I thought I saw her on the call at one point.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, okay, Suhani, my apologies. I skipped you.
No worries.
All right, yes, legislative update, you're on.
Okay, great. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Hope everyone's doing well. It has been an exciting and incredibly busy week in Annapolis. A lot of bills are moving right now. Floor sessions are running really long to get bills through their respective chambers. Crossover is Monday, on March 21st, so there's kind of just this rush to the, I guess, first finish line. Chamber. So we're putting together a list of bills that are moving it in the General Assembly that Tacoma Park has weighed in on. Just this past week, Councilmember Kovar kindly spent his afternoon to testify on behalf of the city of Tacoma Park. Councilmember Kovar weighed in on two separate bills. The first one was Jalen's Law, which is the Child Access Prevention Bill. It was just a very kind of common sense measure to safely store firearms and keep firearms and ammunition separate from one another. And the second bill was the Safer Communities Fund and Task Force establishment. Both of them are Senator Smith's bills, and we were able to grab some time. Myself and Councilmember Kovar chatted with him for about 15 minutes on Tacoma Park and understanding what's going on in the Senate. The climate bill is moving. It passed the Senate. It was voted on party lines. And there's some additional environmental bills that Tacoma Park weighed in on, including the building energy performance standards as well. The Vision Zero bill on pedestrian and bicycle safety is also moving. It was voted favorably out of the Environment and Transportation Committee today. And the Senate is continuing to move the budget bill. I think it was heard on the floor today. So it should be going to the House fairly soon. So at this point during session, we're just kind of shifting how we work. It's no longer like the bill monitoring and hearing prep. It's more just monitoring and seeing how things move in and where they move. So that's the update.
Wonderful, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Suhani? All right, seeing none, we'll let you get a little rest before it begins again. Thank you so much, Suhani. We'll see you next week. All right, now we will turn to council comments. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. It's good to be here in person this week. I apologize for not being here last week. Happy to see everyone. Just a couple of things. First of all, I've been at the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference in DC the past 4 days or so. It was great to see council members Kovar, Dabala, and Smith there as well. We heard a lot of information about the bipartisan infrastructure law and some of the opportunities there might be for funding through that, particularly for transportation and economic development, were the sessions that I attended. So I have a bunch of notes and I'll happily circulate those. And I hope there'll be some opportunities there for us to take advantage of in the future. We also heard from the mayor of Lviv, Ukraine, which was really powerful. He zoomed in to the NLC board meeting and shared just the devastation that's happening there and the number of refugees internally displaced that are flooding into the city, and called for cities to support. And NLC adopted a statement urging the city members to support Ukraine, which we did as well with our resolution last week. And then today, I had a first in-person transportation planning board meeting down in DC, and we talked a bit about forecasting of housing and jobs in the coming 50 years or so, and also a bike pedestrian plan that is going to be a newly adopted item in addition to the kind of more road, street, car focused plans that we have. So I think that's a really great development. And it will hopefully include some of the plans we have here in Tacoma Park as well. And then finally, the Lincoln Carroll intersection, which is a proverbial problem. We have the closure right now of Sligo Creek Parkway for some construction happening there, and the number of cars diverted onto Lincoln and the backups and interactions between cars at that intersection is really becoming a problem. So I appreciate Chief Duvall has worked to get a traffic counter onto Lincoln. Hopefully we'll have some data on that, and we're working to schedule a meeting with SHA to see if we can urge them again to take some action at that intersection. So I'm continuing to see what's possible there. I know it's definitely an issue, and apologize to residents. I'm dealing with it myself. I would walk through this morning and also was very nearly hit by cars. So I definitely know it's a dangerous area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilman Dabala.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Glad to be here in person. And my news from the National League of Cities meeting is that the infrastructure bill has a guidebook, which is unfortunately 450 pages long, but in it is an energy efficiency block grant program to complement the standard block grant program. And just the way that it works for the city, we get our block grant money through the state. This will come through the state as well. And I'll follow up so that when there is actually something to apply to, we're not there yet, but when we get there, it seems like a great complement to the housing work that's planned under ARPA. I did not get the answer to my stormwater question. I'm still, 450 pages, there's just a lot of, but it was a very good conference, and it was really more than usual, all about the money, all the different bills and opportunities. And I really appreciated that. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
I also attended the National League of Cities conference. It was great to see everybody back in DC after a 2-year hiatus. I think they did a great job pulling it off. One thing that I found that was really interesting is that we got to see the President of the United States. He was able to leave the residence, the West Wing, and drive down the street and give us a good speech. So that was nice. And Speaker Pelosi graced us and gave us an outline of the priorities that are in the House, including a reconciliation bill that will hopefully be able to provide things like extending CTC, affordable housing, and other priorities that many Americans need right now. I would like to turn to Lunch and Learn. I know that pretty soon we will be deep in budget, and I would like to make sure that this program once again becomes a line item in our budget. I hope staff can find the resources to continue to support this very important program here in the city. And then I will close with, on March 29th at 7:30, there will be a Ward 5 virtual meeting. Chief Duvall will be there, and also the Director of Public Works, Dale Braithwaite. So if you have the opportunity, please drop in. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention a few things. One, first of all, on Monday, the 28th, starting at 6:30, there will be a meeting specific to one stretch of Maple Avenue and the sidewalk construction work that's going to be on the books there. And so this is for people who live on the east side of Maple Avenue, which is the side that the Presbyterian Church is on. And it's for the strip of the stretch of the street that runs from Tulip Avenue down to Valley View. So that is the remaining part of Maple within the Penn area that hasn't had any work done yet on it. And so I appreciate City Manager and Darrell Braithwaite from Public Works agreeing to have the meeting. I think the mayor might be planning to be there also. It's going to be a walking outdoor meeting. So just meet at the intersection of Tulip and Maple at 6:30 on Monday, the 20th, and we'll see what the plans are and people can ask their questions. So that's the first thing I wanted to mention. Secondly, I was at the National League of Cities. Also, one of the workshops I attended had to do with legal cases that are potentially affecting or already are affecting municipalities, and a lot of them were very technical. There were some that could apply to us relating to cable fees and small cell towers and public signs, actually, which is one of the topics I think the mayor mentioned will be on one of our upcoming agendas. So I'll pass on that information to staff and to the my colleagues and to the city attorney. And then lastly, I did want to mention, I was on a meeting along with staff and the mayor recently with EYA, the development company EYA. And folks may remember, this dates back to the original version in 1998. They had a proposal to build an apartment complex or apartment building in the parking lot of the Tacoma Metro Station. It's gone through several iterations. It's back now. The zoning requirements in the district have changed, and so they can have retail on the ground floor, which is what they're proposing to do. And it's a little taller than I would like. I think it's going to be about 6 stories. I would prefer it to be 4, which is the same as all the other apartments around there. But in a number of other ways, it's an improvement over what they proposed previously. And I'll be working to ensure that there are opportunities for Maryland as well as DC folks to participate in some of the public meetings. So a lot more to come on that. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of announcements. Earlier today and tomorrow morning, I'll be attending the Mayor's Innovation Project. This afternoon, part of that meeting was the Women Mayors Network, and we were joined by the Director of the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, Julie Chavez Rodriguez. And one of the things she did say is that it's very helpful as we're using the federal dollars for ARPA to lift up stories about how each municipality is using the money. This is historic that the federal government is providing assistance directly to municipalities. And she said that the Biden administration would like to keep up this practice. So highlighting the good work we're doing would be beneficial to that. And in addition, the meeting we had today looked a lot at small businesses and helping in the economic recovery. And I got a lot of great ideas. I'm sure Director Cross is just going to love to get. So I will type up my notes from that meeting. The other thing is the folks may have gotten an email from the Council of Governments. I have been chairing a task force to create a racial equity learning series for elected officials in the DMV area, and registration is now open if folks want to take a look at that or send it to colleagues in other places in the DMV area for participating. Councilmember Smith mentioned the upcoming Ward 5 meeting. I think for that, we also had a request to see if Director Cross could attend that meeting as well, and I can pass that on to the city manager to see if that is possible. I just want to say thank you to the folks who commented tonight. Mr. Henley, I think we'll continue to work and see how we can address those issues you raised. And Mr. Noel Nussbaum, thank you for your continued input on the redistricting maps. It's been a process these last couple of months, and I really appreciate your feedback on that, as well as everyone else's as we've gone through that process. And I think that's it from me, and I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council, nothing this evening. Thank you.
Then, oh, that was fast. Okay. Let's see. We'll turn it now to our voting session. The first item is the second reading ordinance adopting a redistricting plan. This has not changed since the first reading. So would someone like to move the second reading ordinance?
Mayor Stewart?
Oh, I skipped something.
There is a change
Oh,
to
there
the
was.
ordinance. Council had
Oh,
requested,
thank you.
yes,
yes.
some clarifying languages to how the change from how the redistricting change would happen in terms of representation. So there is language in the ordinance that I believe clarifies that.
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry to say, but I can get it. Or
No, I think I can pull it up.
Okay.
I have the ordinance here. Yeah. Nope, it's the map.
sorry. There you go.
Yes, so we added section 4, currently seated city council members will continue to represent residents within their respective 2020 election ward boundaries until a new city council is elected and sworn in following the 2022 election. And section 5, the 2022 voting district map ward boundaries will be effective for the 2022 city election and following the 2022 election for representative purposes until superseded as stated herein. So that is new. Okay. So would someone like to move the ordinance? Anyone moving it? Councilmember Siemens moved. Do I have a second? Councilmember Kovar. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Kovar.
Just to clarify or to further clarify what the city clerk and the mayor just mentioned, I think I was one of the people who had suggested the possibility of that clarifying language. And the point is just for anybody who's watching, although if this is approved, and we're going to be voting on it shortly, it does go into effect right away, but it doesn't change who any of us represent. We still represent the people that we represent all the way through into November until the new council is sworn in after the election. So at that point, then whoever is around and got elected and is representing their districts, that's when the new lines will apply. The one other thing I would say, though, for people who are running for office and, around Tacoma Park, that really happens mostly in September and October. People will be campaigning who are running for office based on what the new districts will be. So just those 3 points, I just wanted to make sure if the tens of thousands who are watching tonight are aware of that. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments before I, Councilman Costick?
Thank you. Two things. One, I had sent a question to the city clerk regarding the map road names, and I appreciate your response that the names on the map, if I'm understanding correctly, are not inherently what will be on the final map. Is that right? In terms of there were a couple of errors
Correct.
with regard to naming of some streets.
Yes, and we have made the corrections, I
Okay.
believe. We've added some additional street names as well, so that all the boundaries, the streets have names, just to be very clear. But over time, there'll be many maps generated, but this map will be part of the ordinance, so we wanted to be accurate as well. So, but yes, it is not the only map that we'll see over the next 10 years.
Great, thank you. And then just want to again note that I do plan to vote against this due to my support for map C. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other comments, since this is the second reading ordinance, I'll have the clerk call the vote.
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Postic.
No.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Nay.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right, our next voting item is a resolution providing for appointments to the Commission on Landlord Tenant Affairs. We have three applicants that we reviewed last week. Would someone like to move the resolution?
So moved.
Councilmember Smith move. Do I have a second? Councilmember Seaman second. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Kovar, your light's on. Do you have a comment?
No, I
Okay.
didn't, sorry.
All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? All right, that concludes our voting session. We'll now move on to our work session. And we'll have the director of, I'll turn it back over to the city manager. We have a presentation of pavement condition report.
And we will have Director Braithwaite, who will share about our pavement condition analysis, which is very timely before we go into the budget session. Director Braithwaite, turn it over to you.
Sure. I think the IT folks are going to set up the PowerPoint. As we're getting that ready, is there something you need me to do? I just wanted to give, by way of background, almost 20 years ago, just 2003, council had quite a few conversations, did quite a bit of planning in regard to our street restoration program. At that point, the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a lot of frustration about roadway conditions, and many parts of the city had roads in severely deteriorating condition. And so the city embarked on an analysis of our overall roadway condition and developed a program to try to establish a street restoration program that would get the city in better shape roadway wise and maintain that for the long term. So at that point, it established a program that set out a 20-year cycle for road restoration. Granted, not every street would be resurfaced every 20 years, but that would be an average, and that the council would set aside funding in a street restoration program to be able to fund that level of street restoration and service. And so since that time, we've been embarking on that very thing, bringing the condition of roadways up into good condition or better. And so what I wanted to do tonight is kind of give you a brief history about where we've been and what we're doing. Do I forward with this? Cool. Or maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Again, a little bit of history. The first pavement evaluation that the city embarked on was on 2003. That was conducted by the EBA Engineering, and that was an extensive pavement evaluation that, in addition to roadway conditions, which is analysis of the pavement itself, and that was all done manually by engineers walking each street and with clipboards and marking things down. They also did pavement cores to figure out what our street surface was composed of, which of those had insufficient base. And then lastly, they did a traffic count on every street. So we had a one-time deal and an analysis of the volume of traffic. That was followed many years later. 2011 was our next pavement evaluation. And at that point in time, the technology for pavement evaluation had enhanced greatly. And these are now done on an automated fashion. So we'll get to a slide later where we'll show you a bit of the automation that goes into pavement condition studies now. Since that initial 2003 evaluation, in 2004, that's when the council established our street resurfacing program. And we'll see in later slides the funding level that we've had for that year to year and the progress we've made on improving roadway quality. As you can see, we do these pavement evaluation studies every 5 to 7 years to just, it establishes our next round of work. So we're able to identify which roads are in worse condition and then schedule those to be the next ones done. It gives us a way to look citywide over all roadways and evaluate them and do our program on a needs basis. We just recently last year had O'Connell and Lawrence do our most recent pavement survey. So we've got the updated data for you today. This is a bit of what the video inspection entails. There's automated machinery that's got a lot of cameras, LiDAR, and other technology associated with it, almost like the Google Maps thing, except it's aiming towards pavement condition. So they drive all our streets and gather the data and then analyze it and develop the roadway condition analysis based on the information that they bring in through the field vehicles. The types of distress that you're going to see in roadways such as ours and really everywhere, alligator cracking, joint reflection, utility patches, potholes, rutting and raveling. Those are the kind of deteriorations that you're going to find. Early on, 20 years ago or so, we had quite a large quantity of streets that had insufficient base. So they deteriorated very fast because they were basically a couple of inches of asphalt on a course of compacted dirt or stone. And so they just didn't hold up. And the reason they didn't hold up was because they didn't have sufficient subsurface beneath them. So in the first few years of our roadway program, we did 6-inch mills where we milled down the entire roadway surface and 4 inches or more below and basically rebuilt a road from the ground up with current technology to have the type of subsurface that will help maintain the roadway condition over time. The condition reports that we get, they're called a pavement condition index or a PCI. They're a measurement of pavement structural integrity and the surface condition. And we use these PCI ratings as our primary scheduling tool for pavement. Breaks down into the usual, from failed to excellent with the number of measures in between a 0 to 100 scale. This slide shows what we can see over time. So your blue column there in the scale is our 2003 analysis. And the main takeaways from that is you can see the number of streets that were in very poor, and fair condition. We had a significant, we knew we had roadways in bad shape, and the analysis proved that out. In the next evaluation in 2011, we see roadways moving into a good and better condition. The majority of the roads are there. Very few left in the poor or very poor condition. Much more, we jump up in the very good condition. And then in 2016, the analysis shows a slight decline in our roadways in excellent condition, but we're remaining fairly stable with good, have a slightly higher volume of streets in good condition. And then we're starting to get an increase in our fair and poor condition streets. Remember this chart when we go to the next slide, because you'll see our expenditure records, and they do tie to what you're seeing on the graph there. We're fairly pleased with the analysis in 2021. It shows that we've got the majority of streets in good or better condition. We've got no streets in failed, very poor, or poor condition. And so our goal was to maintain all the roadways in fair and better condition. So this analysis shows that after these 20 years, we are there, which is a good place to be, given that we had a 20-year cycle for our roadway pavement, and we appear to have been fairly effective at implementing the program. Mm-hmm.
This is street miles, not percent.
Pardon me?
Street miles.
Yes, it's in the length. Yeah, I think you're going to see the roadway length in it's got to be miles. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This graph is one in which we're trying to reflect the data from the study in 2021. It basically shows a citywide analysis of the pavement condition reports. Those streets in red and orange are those that are in the poorest condition. And the streets in green are in very good and excellent condition. So you can see that we do have streets fairly spread out that are in need of restoration. And those will be the ones that we would start on in the next opportunity. Wanted to just talk a bit about how we decide which streets we're going to do. As I mentioned, we use the PCI, the pavement condition, as a primary primary driver of which street goes first, but we don't do that just in a vacuum. There are other conditions that we need to consider when we're making these decisions. Some of it is logistical considerations. We want to have our contractor working in a fairly contiguous area. We don't want them to bounce all over the place. When we can have them work in a fairly contiguous area, it reduces mobilization costs. It reduces, the frustration and irritation of have to queue up and set up their construction zones. So we do try to cluster to optimize efficiency and scheduling for the work. There's also considerations about public safety and the longevity of a street, how traffic volume might accelerate deterioration. So for instance, if we know we have a dead end road that gets very little traffic with a condition rating of 60, and we have a very heavy road, a road with lots of traffic that has a condition rating of 60, we're more likely to try to get that roadway with more traffic in the queue sooner because it's going to deteriorate faster and the impact is greater on volume. That isn't to say we ignore the one-way streets and the little dead ends. We just have to factor them in on a cost benefit analysis and try to make sure we get roads done when they need to be done. And then lastly, you kind of want to knock wood when you say this, but scheduling around utility work. We've had a relatively calm period of time of utility work here in the city. I don't know if we can blame COVID or what, but there were not too many years ago where we had WSSC projects all over, followed by Washington Gas, followed by a few Pepco projects. So we've definitely had our share of utility impacts. And if we know there's going to be utility work, we're not going to resurface a street. If we know there's going to be major construction, for instance, Hillwood Manor apartment complex is going through major construction, the little service road along New Hampshire Avenue is not in great shape. Under normal conditions, we would put that high up on the queue. However, we know they're about to undergo massive amount of construction. There would make no sense to pave that road until after the project is done. So you kind of have to keep all those things in mind when you're developing the annual schedule. This, of course, is a chart that you kind of have to read over time, but it basically shows you the year and the miles of road that were resurfaced. We've also got a category of number of blocks, and then the amount of money that we spent in that given year. You can see that on average, we're spending just a bit over $400,000 a year on roadway work over the past 19 or so years. And I think it's reflected in our more improved pavement condition analysis. Those years in the beginning, 2004, where you see $1 million and more, and now funding, we got a great deal of funding. We got grants from the county to do roadway resurfacing work. And so that you see a lot of that reflected in those dollar figures. There's also years, say for instance, 2010, 2011, where we barely spent any money on roadway resurfacing. As a person who plans infrastructure work, you really want to avoid those kind of dips, highs and lows. You would like to keep a consistent funding level so you can continue to make consistent improvement. This just shows that same data on a graph. So it's basically showing the amount of funds spent by year from 2004 till last year. It just reflects the early additional funding we got. And then I'm, not quite sure what all was going on in those years, 2008, 9, 10, and 11, but I think the city was probably experiencing some financial issues. And that $500,000 is a big pot of money sitting out there that was used for other purposes during those years. This is not a great map to see, but it is what we have. It basically shows by color by year what roads were done. I think the message we're trying to provide is, even though we cluster and whatnot, we are getting everywhere around the city in our pavement condition work. And we're pleased that the most recent analysis shows that in general, we don't have areas of the city that are in significantly worse condition than other parts of the city. So we're trying to maintain that fair and better pavement condition citywide. And the next couple of slides, I caveat, this is just strictly by the report list of the roadways. My purpose in showing this is not to go street by street. There's no guarantee of what's going to happen, but I was just trying to show that looking at, and this is just for the next 4 years, 2002, 2003, 4, I believe we go to 2005. So this is just showing that we have roadway work available to do. Those roads in the worst condition are those marked in red, followed by those in what's to be orange, and then yellow, similar to the graph that you saw more recently. So we're showing that we think we've hit on an appropriate funding level to maintain our roadway condition. And this is just a slide that reflects that we'll get to those roads in worse condition in the next year of paving. And then we can continue on, 3 and 4 years down the road. Those roads that are rated in good condition now are going to deteriorate, but we feel if we maintain the program that we've currently developed, we'll get to them before they get in a failed or poor state. All of this has to be reality checked once we get the pavement condition analysis from the engineering firm. We go out and do our own walk to make sure that, yes, we think this road is in worse shape, or that's better, or whatever, identify other issues. So we'll be putting together the most likely budget list for, we currently have this year's pavement that's yet to be done, as well as our expectation for FY23. So we'll be producing those. I think once we get into budget discussions, there'll be some discussion about the level of funding and what may or may not be available for that. So that will impact the amount of roadway work that we can get done on any given year. But it's mostly, this presentation is just a reminder that the city does take a scientific approach to roadway condition maintenance. We do have a policy and a program and a goal. And I think the frequent analysis that we do of the pavement condition report helps keep and update us and inform us as to whether we're meeting that policy that the council established back in 2004.
Great. Ms. Braithwaite, on this chart, it says scheduled year FY22 for the red, and am I reading that correctly? Is that, so these are being done this year, or?
They could be done this
Okay.
year. Yeah, based on, and again, what we did was keep it in PCI order, which again is not necessarily what we'll be end up
Right.
able to do, but we wanted to show with an approximate $500,000 expenditure per year, which is our budget goal, the number of streets we could get through on any given year. So it basically shows you over the next 4 years, that's the volume of street work that we could do, and it will take care of all those roads that are rated in the worst condition, and we'll start to approach those that are rated in a higher condition. But by the time we get to them, we'll have deteriorated some.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. The history is that we went from kind of a seat of the pants way of maintaining our roads, fed by unscientific amounts of money being allocated by the council, and frequently that's an area where people could say, well, I'd rather do this recreation program with that money than maintain roads. Of course, the other thing that fed into the decision-making was community feedback of too many potholes on my street. And, we need to maintain that road. But I think a piece of the history that you left out in our move to a more scientific and intelligent way of maintaining our roads is the role that you played in moving us into this strategy that was certainly appreciated by those of us who got to see it the old way and see how we're doing it now. It's really almost to some degree a plug in the results, the PCI, and you get an amount back that you should be spending to maintain the roads and keep it up to date. But as you said, there's still has to be some common sense in how you do those the road maintenance. And again, you bring that common sense to it, and we thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
The thing that I've continued to see through this as we've grown into a more scientific approach is city managers or councils, some council members that feel like, well, yeah, but I still want that recreation program or something else, and this is an easy way to find the money. And it's not. It just pushes the problem down the road. So again, I appreciate your advocacy for this approach and your continuing support of this way of doing business. And I think it's also influenced some of the other things that come out of Public Works. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens and Councilwoman Costick.
Thank you. I want to associate myself with Councilmember Siemens' comments. Obviously, I didn't see the prior system while I was on the council, but this is such a systematic approach. I really appreciate it. The nerd in me would love to know whether you still have those traffic counts from 2003 that you mentioned, because I think it would be really interesting to look at those and see the change over time.
We do. It was part of the original report. So we have a, an Excel sheet with traffic counts. Again, it was, volume on one day. So,
Right.
A little bit different. But it is a starting point. It was at that point that we learned that Erskine Street was the most heavily traveled street in the city, which none of us anecdotally were aware of at that point. I had no idea that that street bore as much of the volume of traffic that it does. They did not evaluate state highways. Obviously, we didn't get counts from Carroll Avenue, Philadelphia, neither Flower at that point, the section that was State Highway Road. But we did have that one-day count for traffic levels on all city streets.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And then I was just looking at this map here. It looks like Service Road. The second one here must be Little Eastern. Is that correct? And that
It's probably New Hampshire Avenue Service Road. That the one that says Eastern to Eastern is probably
is that's Little Eastern, and then it looks like it's waiting on WSSC would be repaving that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, again, it's one of those roadways that until WSSC does its water main work, which will include trenching the street, really doesn't make any sense to pave a road only to have them impacted. We've seen, we've lived through what a utility trench will do in terms of the lifespan of a road, just destroys it. And so, when we can, we try to avoid resurfacing roads, that are about to be impacted by utility cuts.
Yeah. And then my final thought is that I would love in the future to move to something like this for sidewalks as well. I know it's a little trickier in some ways, but I do think it enables you to see the different locations in the city where you have different quality and where you can kind of target that. So if there's some possibility for us to do that, either in this type of scientific methodology or a more informal, just person walking around. I know we've had committee members volunteer to do that type of thing in the past. I think that could be really helpful.
Oh, interesting. I'd love to talk to you more about that to get a sense of that. We can now provide a map. I mean, we'd have to create it, but we have the data as to when we did the sidewalk ADA work on the existing sidewalk. So we would be able to produce that because we've tracked that since 2010 that we've been doing that program. So we could show the time in which, maybe by year, what sidewalks were addressed and the funding level that was spent. We do have that data available. Sidewalks are a little different than roadways, and thankfully they don't deteriorate quite as fast and they don't get as impacted with failures. That said, trees and other things can create a trip hazard on a sidewalk that's brand new. So we do have those cases where they start to have issues with safety.
Yeah, and then my final thought is at the NLC conference, I heard from a representative from a city where they are on a 100-year plan for resurfacing. So we're doing really, really well compared to that.
Hopefully they don't have a lot of cars on their road if they're going to last 100 years. One would love to have a road last 100 years. That'd be fantastic. But
Thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. Yeah, just two things. One, just a point of clarification. In the earlier graph, it showed that there weren't any streets, if I got it right, that were in the poor to very poor to failed category. But then the chart you just showed seemed to suggest that, and I'm not saying that it's a problem, but it seemed to suggest that there were a few in that category. So is that
Yeah,
just because
it's-
one more year is going by, basically? or-
No, it is my city engineer's effort to identify those. We didn't have any that were in the poor category. If you go, let's see if I bring it back to, here we go. You see that PCI, a poor rating is 40 or below,
Mhm.
and a fair rating is 55. So if you go back to our ratings here, you'll see that our worst street was rated a 45. So basically, not quite at poor.
So red
So-
there doesn't mean
Right, he
failed or very
basically,
poor. It just means the
Yeah,
worst of
and
this group, basically.
I apologize, I didn't catch
No,
that
that's okay.
beforehand. We
That's
could
okay.
have created a different color that would have not created that confusion. But basically, we were trying to get at the level of worst streets in worst condition. And in this case, it would be those fair condition.
And the only other thing I'd say completely, or less related, but just following up on what Councilmember Costick mentioned, is on the sidewalks also, and I think you and I have chatted about this occasionally in the past. There are a lot of spots where the brickwork is uneven and they're ripe for flexi pave to enable them to be more safely navigated for people in wheelchairs or strollers and whatnot. So I hope we can try to get to a point where we can begin to figure those things out too. I know there are still other sidewalks that need to be addressed as well, but just to.
Well, I want to thank you all for queuing me up for my budget. You want sidewalks, you want flexi pay, we give you some money. So anyway, yeah, it's it's a funding situation. So depending on funding levels, we can move more faster or have to go slower. So it's all comes down to funding. We've now, at least with the sidewalk work, and now with the invention of FlexiPave, which didn't exist back in 2010 when we were trying to address those sidewalks that are impacted by trees and not wanting to negatively impact the trees, but knowing that concrete over tree roots is not a good combination. And we went to bricks over sand as the option. Now we have this FlexiPave product, which is a aggregate of rubber and epoxies and whatnot that allows water to go through and kind of moves and let soil breathe. So we've got a better option for those places. So now we need to go back to where we started and replace those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you for this. This is really interesting. The nerd in me wants to ask how you factor in the numbers. So for fiscal 23, the streets that are listed are rated a little higher. Do you discount them, if you will, because it's a year later? You just assume that you go in the order that's in the report?
Yeah,
give or
again, this is
take?
just sort of an
Right.
exercise to show the volume of streets that could be addressed based on the current, proposed
Right.
funding levels over time. If we change funding levels, it'll change the speed with which we get through it. But it was just trying to show the number of streets that you would get through in the next 4 years with a $500,000 budget. So it doesn't have a factor of which streets are going to more quickly deteriorate. It's using the current 21 PCI rating. There are some streets that will deteriorate much more quickly than others.
Erskine, for example.
In terms of the cost, because we have so much data from the roadway work that we've been doing now for quite a while, and we have a contract over time with our asphalt contractor that does this work. So the city engineer has developed a sort of formula that he uses based on roadway miles and widths to get at that cost figure. So these aren't cost figures that are developed by our contractor per se. It's just historical analysis and a formula that he plunks in so he can create a year-long, what the roads we're going to do this year and an anticipation of how much it's going to cost based on their length, based on condition. And then he does other factors like how many driveway aprons, how many other kind of things they have going on, if we know that they have base failures. So there's some other stuff that gets mixed in the batch there, but it's we've improved our ability over time to project cost.
Okay, so the question that I had, based on all of this is, so 100 years is clearly not a good idea. And maybe 10 would be too quick. And so is it too soon to say, is it 20 years, 22 years?
I think we're in pretty good state with 20 years. Yeah, I'd say we have a range. We have some streets that we're finding 16, 17 years, they're really falling apart. And others that are 25, 27 years old and they're, just
And you
fine.
can push
So
them down,
I think 20 is a pretty good average. One of the things that the city engineer is working on now is integrating our past paving history with this information. So I do have an Excel sheet which says when they were last paved, and some of these may have been paved more than once. And so we're sort of taking a look at that and trying to figure out why we have some streets that deteriorate more rapidly than others.
Yeah, that gets,
Yeah.
that would
I
get
mean,
to what
we
I
knew that
asked.
before, which was the base condition and the poor roadway structure. We've addressed that. So now we kind of are going to the next level of why is this road deteriorating faster than we would anticipate. Sometimes it's just utility cuts, 5, 6 years in, utility came through and did some work. So.
Councilman Searcy?
Great. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's been really helpful, and the residents on Erskine will vouch that it is
Their
one
volume
of the
traffic.
most heavily traveled roads in the city. And that to kind of dovetail off of Councilmember Dabala's question, the impact of just volume and how we may be thinking about, I know that Councilmember Costick has brought up multiple times, kind of looking at a traffic study and really looking at volume and really looking at the real impacts of traffic flow in the city may be really important, because I know Erskine in particular is a major cut through to get from New Hampshire Avenue to Riggs Road. Like, we had issues with the big trucks that were trying to get to Purple Line construction. It's an easy cut through. And in New Hampshire Gardens across the street, it's a major cut through for people to get from New Hampshire Avenue to Carroll. So for those roads where they're really clean and easy cut throughs for people to make it to major roads, the volume may just be a lot higher, and therefore the additional cost of that traffic flow is the fact that we have to repave more often. So I do think it'll be helpful that, if we're able to start thinking about aspects of traffic flow, paving, sidewalks in a more holistic way, it'll really help us with really fully understanding the true impacts of traffic in the neighborhood. One other thing is the Purple Line. Oh gosh, the Purple Line. So I saw the University Boulevard, the access road for University Boulevard and to Ann. And I don't know what your thoughts are around touching anything in that construction zone now, or is that
Right.
something we need to think about?
It's a roadway we would look at resurfacing if it weren't for the construction taking place. I haven't gone up there and sort of watched it to see if they're using the service road. My assumption is that it's even busier than it usually is. So, in a an initial analysis, we would delay that until the project is completed, both from a congestion point of view, really hard to do a road resurfacing project when you got all that other stuff going on, but also from a, impact of, more construction traffic, messing up a brand new street. So again, trying to figure out the length of time that that's going to be in the condition it is and what that means for the road. We want to avoid a situation where the roadway totally deteriorates so that we have to do a full rebuild, because that's a very expensive proposition. So you kind of have this balance of, you don't want it to get too deteriorated, or else you're really buying a much more expensive restoration job down the road. So we'll have to watch that road. And if we feel like we're getting to that point, or if we've passed that point, then, talk with state highway folks and try to figure out a way to do that road in the interim. If we can't wait, I don't know, how many years is it going to be?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Crystal ball over there, 4 years, 5, before they're out of there.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, definitely SHA as well as the Purple Line contractors and what we may be able to do to even put this on their radar.
Yeah.
Because I don't know to what extent they actually are covering or planning to cover aspects of resurfacing along the full width of University, including perhaps some of these access roads. I don't know.
Yeah,
So
my
that may be a
guess is they're
question to
not
ask.
planning to touch the service
The
roads,
service
because they don't
roads.
identify them as state highway roads, which is, it's a kind of a good thing and a bad thing. We inherit the cost, but it also gives us a little bit of control over the roadway.
Oh, yeah. All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Smith?
Ms. Braithwaite, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate all the hard work that you and your team have done on trying to make sure the roads are in good shape. I've seen it firsthand on Flower Avenue. My question is about the material that you use to reconstruct or repave these roads, because it's the same issue municipalities throughout the country are going through, right? And it seems like the amount of time that these roads last, has there been a big jump in the amount of time that these roads stay in acceptable shape? And do you know why we haven't seen that change in technology, materials, so that, we don't have to spend so much money as a municipality on rebuilding roads?
Yeah, very, very good question. I don't know enough to answer that with any, real confidence. I do know that there have been improvements to the asphalt mixes, and they're all strangely enough graded. State Highway has a schedule for various asphalts depending on the type of road conditions and the type of volume. So there have been improvements in the, making of asphalt, the technology of asphalt. Anything I've ever heard is that the key to longevity in your roadway is your preventative maintenance program after you've laid the asphalt down. So crack filling and, removing excess salt and, those kinds of things create more of a, do more to help extend the life of your pavement than any other things. So I just, that's really all I can say. I do know there has been some technological improvements. I don't know, kind of the state of that industry. We kind of rely on the asphalt plants and state highway guidance in terms of the pavement that we require as part of our pavement. One of the things we do is when we are paving a road, we have someone there to do inspection and certification. So they take temperatures of each truck of asphalt and make sure it's within a certain range. If it gets too cold, they won't let it be installed. And they also require the certification from the asphalt plant. So they're confirming the type of asphalt that's being used and that's brought to the site. And then lastly, we do a pavement core. So, there are criteria that each of those pavements are supposed to be. So when they roll pavement, they'll take a core of the pavement, send it to a testing lab to make sure that the paper said it was this schedule and that if the lab tests also say it's that schedule. So there are some things we try to do just as, good business to make sure that the quality of the product is what it's supposed to be. But I just don't know what all, what the state of science is in asphalt production these days. Though a very good question in terms of, environmental impact, if nothing else. If you can keep your asphalt in place longer, it has much less environmental impact from milling and paving and having to reproduce a thing. I will just also say that all the pavement we do, the state of the industry is they recycle all that roadway base, so it doesn't go to a landfill. It doesn't, it may go to a landfill as a roadway surface, beneficial reuse, but it doesn't get disposed of as waste. All the tailings and millings from roadway work is brought to either our contractor's yard where he reuses it in projects, or to a asphalt plant where they reuse it for various other uses. So while it does, it's a petrochemical company, a petrochemical item, it's environmentally harmful in all kinds of ways, but we do try to reduce the impact of that use of asphalt because we really have no other alternative at this point. But all the waste is reused.
Thank you. It just seems like it's an industry that's ripe for, either change or just completely eliminating. Because like I said, municipalities around the world are having to deal with the same issue year after year. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. I want to thank Director Braithwaite for her presentation this evening and keeping us up to date on this. Next, we have a number of procurement items. First is a tree canopy analysis of a sole source designation. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
I'll turn it back over to Ms. Braithwaite.
Yeah, great, thank you. As you may recall, every 3 years or so, for the past several, the city has had a tree canopy analysis. And every year in the past, it's been done by the University of Vermont. In fact, the same scientific team generally has done the work. What we learned this year when we reached out to them to get the proposal to do another canopy analysis for the city was that the grant that they had previously been using to offset costs for their analysis and their programming, it was no longer available. Had gone on to other issues within the Forest Service. And so what we have is a cost proposal that was higher than we have had in the past. And in fact, it triggers procurement rules. I believe it's, what's the cost of this? Yeah, $14,941. Previously, we were under $5,000 for the cost of the study. Those of you who were here the last time around, we get an extremely well done product by the University of Vermont. And in fact, the last time they did their analysis, we had a workshop on a Saturday here. We had 100 or more people that attended. It was very well received. And it was really informative bit of information. It's great to be able to use the technology to do those long-term analysis of the impact of climate change, tree policies and programs on tree canopy. And so we're very anxious to get this next round done. Because of the increase in price, it triggers our procurement rules. Also because of the product that University of Vermont has provided to us in the past, we feel quite strongly that they're really a sole source provider of this type of analysis. And so we made the recommendation to the city manager that they be designated a sole source so that we can not be restricted by the bidding requirements that the city has in its procurement rules. We've laid out a number of reasons why we feel it meets that sole source designation, and that's both in my memo and in City Manager Fox's memo, if anybody has any questions about that. But we are looking forward to moving forward with them to do the next canopy analysis and find out what the results will be. It's a 3 or 4 month process, so we want to get that going as soon as possible. The last bit of information is that One of the reasons we do the triannual or every 3-year analysis is because it partners with the county's new LiDAR data. So the county has new LiDAR data from 2020 that they will be using to do this next analysis. The previous one used the prior round of data. So we're interested to see what changes have taken place in our tree canopy. And as with most things, the technology is continuing to improve in terms of the level of analysis they can do within the LiDAR data that they gather. So we anticipate to have even more information this time around than we had before, that we had incredible amounts of information last time in terms of comparison from the 2 prior analysis, and some analysis about the age of our canopy and those types of things. So we're looking forward to the full analysis to be done to identify those issues and changes over time, as well as new data that they'll be able to glean from the information they'll be analyzing.
Great. Just 2 sort of comments. One, it does say here that the grant wasn't available, but I think it's helpful to note that this wasn't budgeted when we have a procurement item. That and the other thing I just wanted to note was on the cover sheet on the racial equity impact statement. I actually thought the analysis they did the last time, and then the follow-up conversation that we had regarding tree canopy coverage and what the city could do, and marrying that with the racial equity work we're doing, this actually does help feed into promoting the racial equity work in the city. So I actually thought we could note that on the cover page when it comes back to us for a vote. But otherwise, I think this looks good. It was the work the University of Vermont did the last time was excellent. And I agree with you. We had a lot of interest in it. Councilman DeBala?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that was a great workshop, and they really know the city now at this point, as well as the LiDAR interpretation and all the other stuff. So I agree, they're a great choice to follow up. But I did have 2 very similar questions. We paid last couple times $5,000. Was that in this year's budget, or were you thinking that we were going to do it next year?
No,
was
we
budgeted,
we
if anything?
expected to do the tree canopy analysis in FY22. So there was funds in the urban forest manager's budget for that.
Okay,
project,
so how much was budgeted versus the just under 15K that we're going to need?
I would guess that I would have put a $5,000 figure in there, and it's now 14.9, almost 15.
So 15 minus 5, 10. Got it. All right. And following up on the equity question that the mayor asked, would it be possible to ask them to give some advice on the tree replanting pilot that we talked about last year when we redid the stormwater? I mean, the tree ordinance and the resolution accompanying it, and for which we budgeted a little bit of money this year. So yeah, so that would be a question to ask them.
I don't think their expertise is in tree planting programs.
I meant in terms of targeting areas that.
Yeah,
could
they
use-
certainly will
that's
have
what I
in
meant.
their analysis. If you recall the last report, they identified
did.
areas where tree planting is possible and where tree planting is not possible
Right.
based on open space. So yeah, that analysis will identify usually in square footage or acres, potential tree planting locations. So that will
Yeah.
be part of the analysis.
Yeah, so I was hoping that they could take another look at that. And then my last comment is I'm really interested to see if they're gonna be able to capture the white oak dial.
I
in
think
this
we are going to
round.
see that in
And so we're gonna
vivid
get-
Technicolor. I think it's going
It's
to
gonna
be
be really obvious.
stunningly unpleasant.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith?
Thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. If we are going to reopen the racial equity impact statement, I would ask that the folks that are doing this project actually, if they have the capacity to talk to Black and brown folks, where we would want tree planting to occur, because in grad school in Philadelphia, city of Philadelphia tried a similar project, and many of their Black and brown residents didn't want trees because of many different issues. So if we are going to look at this, we need to see if this is something that people really want, and if there are some reservations of this program, we have solutions. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I think that there's a different way to do that. University of Vermont would not be the folks to do that because they're doing a kind of a technical analysis of canopy using LiDAR and other, geospatial location. What you're referring to is really a community outreach kind of approach that that creates forums for people to discuss these kinds of issues and find out, almost, what their worries are, or what, kind of takes a temperature on what people feel about tree planting. And that's kind of a whole other endeavor. And perhaps we can work with the planning office to see if there's some outreach program that they've already got going, say for the open space that's coming up. And perhaps we can marry the open space discussion and the tree planting discussion in some way. I just throw that out as an option, but we'll have to take a look at ways in which we can may already have strategies in place for that type of outreach, and then see if we can add this type of question to that outreach.
And I appreciate that response, and I know the limitations of this project, but if we are going to look at racial equity, we should really drill down to make sure that it's going to improve the outcomes for the people that we think racial equity is supposed to impact. But thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any other comments, this will come back for a vote next week. The next procurement item we have is a red light camera contract. I'll turn it back over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a right of contract with the police department, and Director Braithwaite talked about technology. This is another technology that we could use to reduce vehicular collisions. And I will turn it over to the chief.
Thank you, City Manager Fox. It's our pleasure to bring forward today a proposal for red light cameras here in the city of Tacoma Park. As City Manager Fox mentioned, this is all about traffic safety, public safety. We're looking at placing cameras in some of our really problematic intersections, Piney Branch in Philadelphia, University in New Hampshire, and several intersections on New Hampshire Avenue. We think it's critical for public safety to have these. They were evaluated based on the number of accidents, the frequency of accidents at those intersections, and that's how they were selected. There was a lot of work put into this by Sergeant Robeson, our traffic officer, and Deputy Chief Powell, working on the resolution and the contract with Conduit. So basically, it would work in a similar fashion to our speed camera program. It's going to be, the funding is going to be self-sustained through the citations. I think for me, anytime we can use technology as a force multiplier, so the police officer does not have to have those contacts, it makes sense. And this just makes sense for public safety. So like I said, I'm not the subject matter experts. I have those two behind me, and I'll turn it over to them for the questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Searcy, did you want to say anything first, or should we just start with questions? Okay. You're all set. All right, Councilwoman Searcy.
Awesome. So one question I just want to make sure I'm clear of, because we are talking about putting the red lights, which I think would be great, particularly on New Hampshire Avenue, in places where people are basically blocking access to or blocking different intersections along University near Kennewick, because people are basically running the light and getting stuck in between getting stuck between intersections. So due to traffic. But one question I have is about, so for the speed cameras, we work a lot and use the criteria of the state. For the red light cameras, what is the state engagement in that? Or is that something that we can do independent of the state if we're talking about putting them mostly on state highways?
It is a state law.
Okay.
That allows us to enact a program. We also have to go through the State Highway Administration to have the sites evaluated for the ability to actually have those cameras installed. So for the sites that we want, it will require the approval of State Highway on every site.
Okay, okay. And does SHA, or is there any kind of like community engagement on that? Or is it typically the SHA approval process is pretty similar to how the red light camera process works? I'm sorry, how the speed camera process works?
It's pretty much just like the speed camera process.
Okay.
State Highway will look at our recommendations, some of our statistics. They'll go back and they'll look at their own traffic statistics. Every time we write a police report, which is called an acres, it goes to State Highway Administration. They'll confirm that that intersection is one in need and that it's under their requirements. And then if it is, they will issue a permit so we could put the cameras up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one more question. So in terms of the actual ticket issuance, is that completely automated, or do our officers kind of have a role in reviewing the evidence and send out citations based on a review?
It's the same. Well, it's not exactly the same. It's a very, very similar review process as for the speed camera citations. So basically, the camera will capture a violation. It'll go to the processing center at Conduit. Conduit will review it, will grab the tag and owner information. They will verify through their captured images and through the 12-second video that a violation has occurred. They will send it to us for verification. We will look at it, make a determination, yes, based on our criteria, a citation will be issued. It then has to be issued to a registered owner in Maryland within 14 days. If it's an out-of-state tag, it has to be issued within 30 days.
Right. Thank you.
Councilman DeBow.
Yes, thank you for doing all the legwork on this. This is a lot.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, just going through the contract.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just refresh myself. So there's no upfront cost to the city. The camera, the red light cameras are conduit cameras. They put them in, they run the system. So there's no actual dollar cost to the city other than the officer time to review to verify.
Correct.
Okay. And so looking ahead, let's say this works and people get the message, as they did ultimately to some degree with the stop signs. So when the revenue starts to dip, how long is the contract? When does it get renewed? And how does that work ultimately if the revenue starts to drop?
It is a 3-year initial
3 years.
contract.
Okay.
We have the option to renew 8 times for 1 year. So it can be a total of an 11-year contract if both the city and Conduit agree to continue with the program. It's a very unique program, just like with our speed camera program. Our ambition is to put ourselves out of business with this program, to modify driver behavior and to save lives. So we hope that we can do that, and that's going to be our goal.
Okay, well, that's what I was wondering. And then in all of the materials that are posted, I thought I saw a list of the proposed locations, but now I can't find it. Does anybody know where that is?
Do you want to know the locations that we're talking about, ma'am?
Not necessarily at this section, but yeah, it might be useful for us to see a list of the proposed.
It should be in the contract, but I'm going to have Sergeant
It
Roberts.
should be in the
read off
contract, but for some reason right now I'm not finding it. So yeah, I don't need that right this minute.
Okay, so the locations are going to be that we're looking at is northbound New Hampshire Avenue University, eastbound University at New Hampshire. So basically the other way. New Hampshire Avenue and Glenside, New Hampshire and Erskine, and then Piney Branch in Philadelphia.
So that really is all state highways.
That's all state
Yeah.
highways.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Erskine's getting a lot of play tonight.
Really happy.
Very happy. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. And I do want to highlight, and the city manager mentioned this also, it's to avoid collisions, and it's for safety, and it's not just car collisions, but pedestrians in particular. So I think this is a really important thing. I did have a few questions. I'll say first, though, that I'm glad to hear that, we've all got our areas within the wards that we're familiar with, but I'm glad to hear that one of the ones being considered is Piney Branch in Philadelphia, because I hear from pedestrians and often families and children going to school that can be a very dangerous spot for pedestrians. So I think that's helpful. One thing I wasn't clear on, and maybe you can just clarify this. So the locations that were just mentioned, can we change those if things improve, in 3 years in one of them? Can we, other bad areas crop up, or are we, to what extent are we limited to these are the ones we got and that's where they're going to be?
So through our site surveys and validation testing, the sites that we've picked out are our most troubled sites in the city, where we have not only the most accidents, but the most impactful accidents that are reported, where it's a severe crash where vehicles are completely disabled, or there's some personal injury and even a fatality. So we look at those very seriously. As far as, say, if we have a site that, people have learned behavior and is no longer producing citations, and it seems like everybody's doing the right thing, you would have the option to renegotiate the contract, or we would have to do that through a contract amendment. If we moved the site, say site A, and we wanted to put it at site B, if we move it during the initial contract terms, it would come at a cost to the city. If we wanted to put a new camera up at a new location, it would come at no cost to the city. And then when we finally decide that, hey, this contract's over and the program's worked and we no longer have bad driver behavior, Conduit would remove all their products and restore the site to its natural condition prior to the cameras being set up.
So there's some flexibility based on how things unfold, or if a new problem area were to crop up, we could do that.
It's a contract and it's open to amendment, yes, but it would come at a cost if we would change the initial locations.
Right, but a new one is not a cost.
It would not be a cost, but we would still have a contract amendment, but it would not be at a cost to the city.
I think it does make a difference. I mean, I used to drive up and down North Capitol all the time when I worked down in the district then, and one particular time I got one of those, and at that intersection, I was always careful after that. So I think it really does make a difference. A few people. Just one, everybody, just one. A few other things I wanted to just mention, because I did get some questions from residents. So, and we hear this also, or can hear this about speed cameras also. Is there any sort of concern about intrusiveness and tracking people and those kinds of civil liberties questions? And also, what happens if people can't afford to pay the tickets?
There are no privacy issues whatsoever. This is handled exactly like our speed camera program. The camera captures 3 pictures. The 2 progressive pictures of the vehicle creating the violation by going over the stop light line, basically at the intersection, or turning right on red. Then there's a 3rd picture that hones in specifically on the vehicle registration plate, so we can capture the owner's information. Then there's a 12-second video that will allow the evaluating parties, officers, to watch the whole violation occur. So there's a lot of standards and practices and safeguards to make sure that this violation actually occurred and people aren't fined or issued citation erroneously. Once a citation is issued, the fine is set by state law. We have no ability to change that. However, they can always petition to have that citation heard in court. And at court, they can plead whatever they want to the judge as far as defining guilty or not guilty. The judge can also take into consideration their level of income, salary, and if they're indigent. And the judge has that ability to reduce the fines if they want to. It is solely by state law up to the judge of the court.
And last question, thanks, that's helpful. Last question. I think in the district it works this way. It only happened to me once, so I can't say for sure. But if you say that you weren't the driver, is there a mechanism for dealing with that? You loaned your car to somebody or whatever.
Yes, there's an attestation form that you would fill out, that you would basically give a statement saying who the driver was. You would fill it out, you would send it to us, we evaluate it, And if everything is in order, then we can then transfer that citation to the person that you said
Okay.
violated the traffic law.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. My mistake. Thank you for the presentation. I'm very supportive of this proposal. In my ward, we have issues with people running stop signs. Is there any technology out there that would ticket people if they do not come to a complete, or, you know, take a photo if they do not come to a complete stop at a stop sign?
If there would be technology, it would have to be sanctioned and enacted under state law.
Okay.
State law currently does not allow that.
Okay, so that's something that we'd have to have changed next
To the
year.
General Assembly, yes, sir.
Right. All right. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Councilman Costick.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work on this. I have just a couple of questions. My first is, and I think that it makes sense to put these in place regardless of the budgetary impact for the safety reasons, but just want to understand the budget impact a little better. So are you anticipating that we will receive more or less enough in fines to cover the cost of the cameras each month?
Our initial validation testing and site surveys have shown that it would bring in at least equal to or greater than our current speed camera program. If you notice that the monthly costs of the cameras are actually less than what our speed camera program is right now. So yes, it would be a totally self-sustaining fund.
Okay. Okay. And then the other aspect I'm wondering about is for the speed cameras, a lot of times you'll see a sign posted to sort of deter you from speeding in the first place because you know that there's a camera coming up. Will there be any signage noting that there are the cameras at the stoplights?
Yes, we put up photo enforcement signs.
Great. And my other question is within the Transportation Planning Board, we've talked about this a couple of times, that there isn't reciprocity for people who don't pay their speed camera tickets. If you receive a fine in one state, if you're not paying it in another state or in the district. Do you know if that would be the case also for these as well?
So these are civil violations. They're not traffic citation type of violations where reciprocity usually will come into play. This is usually stays within the state, and what it is, if somebody would not pay their citation, they will get an administrative flag on their vehicle registration. Under Maryland law now, you can't suspend somebody's registration for not paying the fine. Same with speed cameras. So basically, their flag is put on their registration and they cannot renew it or obtain new registration until that fine is settled with the Motor Vehicle Administration and us. And the flag could be removed. As far as reciprocity, I don't see how that would come in if you went to another state and retitled your vehicle, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know if the sergeant has any.
That's, if you're out of state and it doesn't, you don't pay it, you can still renew your tags and stuff. It doesn't affect you.
Okay, thanks. I don't think that's something we individually can solve, but it is an issue that's been raised as something regionally that we actually wrote a letter, the Transportation Planning Board wrote a letter to the governors and the mayor of DC to try to help resolve. But thank you, that's helpful information.
Great, thank you. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. In terms of data retention, what's the process? Who holds the data? When does it get disposed of?
It stays within the processing center at Conduit until the citation is settled. If it would be paid, obviously there's always going to be some kind of record probably within Conduit because it's within their weigh station of that's what they call where all the citations go and get processed. They call it a weigh station. If it would go to court, it would be a matter of court record.
Okay. And that's all in the contract, right? I didn't see.
Whether it would be a matter of court record.
No,
that's just matter
the
of law.
process for data retention, that's all outlined in the.
I'm not sure if it is outlined that specific as the question you just asked, but I can check.
Okay, thanks. The other, just following up on one of the things that Councilmember Kovar said, just to double check, the cameras are not turned on all the time. They are only activated when they're taking a picture. Is that correct?
Cameras are always on. They're only activated when there's a violation. So the cameras has to be on
Right, but they're not
It
like
captures a
recording
violation.
anything unless there's a violation.
Correct.
I guess is a better way of answering,
Correct.
asking the question.
Correct,
So there's nothing being recorded unless there's a violation.
correct.
I think you answered all the other questions from everybody else. Those were the only things that some folks had raised. So I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see, we had a third procurement item, contract for public space management plan. I'll turn it back to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we put out a RFP for services to assist the Housing Community Development Department in completion of our public space management plan. And this evening, we'll have our planning team, we have our planning manager, Ms. Crisby, present this item.
Thank you. Yes, we're here to discuss the possibility of entering into a contract with a vendor to really push the public space management plan over the final line. The purpose of the project is to develop a plan to lay out the visions, goals, and guidance of how public space is used and maintained in Tacoma Park. The plan is intended as a tool to guide future city prioritization and decision-making to public space planning, programming, and funding. The selected firm would work with the city staff in a data-driven, equity-infused framework for managing public spaces. And tonight we have Alex Friedman, our city planner, joining us through Zoom to present our presentation about this. Alex, welcome. Do you want to share your screen?
Yes, just a moment. All right, does that look good for everybody? I'll take silence as a yes. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and fellow council members. My name is Alex Friedman, and I'm the city's planner in the Housing Community Development Department. And tonight I'm here to present on the proposal to enter into a contract with CHP Planning to complete the public space management plan. So first, the city's public space management plan will provide guidance on how public space will be used and maintained in Tacoma Park. And the centerpiece of this plan is the creation of a policy framework and decision-making process for how, when, and where the city devotes funding and resources to public spaces. This is all through a lens of racial equity, environmental sustainability, and systemic data-driven analysis. And I wanted to note that when I say public space, I'm referring to spaces owned by the city of Tacoma Park and meant to be accessible to all people who live, work, play, and pray in the city. And these include the multiple city-managed public parks, plazas, and all public rights-of-way, including sidewalks, roadways, and the associated amenities within them. So I wanted to take a minute to review real quick the public space management plan goals, which were last presented before council in 2020 and approved. And I wanted to bring these up mostly to reiterate what those goals were for this project, but also to tie them into how the request for proposals that we presented were manifested. In their spirit, the plan goals now are all directly tied into the RFP that we put out, although the language has been adjusted a little bit. So one of those goals, for example, was maintenance and enhancement of existing resources. That went directly into the RFP in a number of points, but inclusive of conducting additional analysis of existing public space needs and conducting a review of the city's current public space policies. There was also a goal of establishing criteria for acquisition, and as sort of a main centerpiece for this project, we requested that any competitive proposal develop a process and tools for city staff and council decision-making, including how to prioritize, evaluate, and score proposals. Then there was a goal of connectivity and accessibility to public space for all. And that was also tied in throughout our proposal request, or our request for proposals. But in particular, it mentioned, at least right in the beginning, for opening purpose statement, that the final product should center social equity and environmental sustainability, among other considerations. And finally, the fourth named goal was the creative reuse of right-of-way as public space. And again, multiple times throughout our request, we asked the team that submitted a proposal to consider that public space includes all public right-of-way, including sidewalks, roadways, and their amenities. So as a refresher on the history of this project goes back to the fall of 2018 when City Council approved a scope of work for a new public space management plan. Through 2019 and 2020, city staff conducted a series of internal analyses and public engagement activities. These included an inventory of public spaces and their amenities, a proximity analysis to identify which parts of the city were better and less well served by the various public spaces and their amenities. And we also conducted an online community survey in addition to a number of council presentations and other public engagement or surrounding additional projects such as the Laurel Avenue Streetery, which tied in to some of the conversations we were having about this project. The intended process, of course, was delayed. This was in part due to limited staff capacity and, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic. So I picked up the torch in 2021 when I started work with the city and went on to facilitate a series of public space values workshops that I'm grateful many of you were able to attend. We learned a lot in these workshops. However, one of the takeaways which we had already been considering was to bring in an external consultant to finish up the plan. We realized that the level of effort required for our very small staff to create a top tier plan that was also reflective of the field's best practices would require support and outside expertise. So in January, we opened up our request for proposals. Just as a quick review to dig into some of what I just said, I wanted to go over the public engagement that we did conduct because the whole process took longer than we expected at the outset. And in the midst of the pandemic, obviously things got put on hold. However, our team is really proud of a lot of the engagement activities that we already conducted, including online surveys, public meetings, and most recently a series of in-person workshops. So we are proud that we were able to explore multiple modes of engagement, as I just mentioned. And in these, we also, in the last round of workshops, got to explore a new practice of trilingual engagement where we provided translated materials and live interpretations at every event in Amharic, Spanish, and English. And then we also, throughout the process, but especially in the most recent round, conducted some targeted outreach, specifically toward parts of the community where we've had a harder time generating feedback and engagement in the past. So this is particularly in wards 4, 5, and 6. And this included multiple event locations, as well as communication styles, including online outreach through all of the city avenues, but also a lot of direct emailing and access to listservs with community partners, and a lot of printed materials, including me going around town and hanging 3 languages worth of flyers in as many places I could possibly find. So then so then we released our proposal, our request for proposal in early January, just after the new year. And we were seeking a proposal that, when competitive, would conduct supplementary public space analysis about different uses and best practices, review existing city policies and procedures regarding public space, present a transparent, data-driven, equity-infused decision-making framework for city staff and city council. And we hope generate some high-quality visualizations so that when we're sharing about this process, that it is easier to digest what otherwise might be a little bit heady as a policy. We released our proposal under a standard closed bid process, and our request for proposals enumerated the criteria under which the proposal would be evaluated. So this included the following listed here, which were equity and sustainability, look at qualifications or how much experience the firm has with as an entity, the responsiveness to scope of work. We were putting forward a request for proposals that was quite unique to a lot of the things that we tried to find out in other cities. And so we were looking for a firm that understood that uniqueness. Also, we were looking for a firm that had strong experience working with local governments because they're different and unique, challenges and opportunities to that. We evaluated them based on their personnel and the staff that they assigned to the project. We looked through and called up references that they provided in their proposal. And of course, we looked at costs, which were to be derived from existing funding. So I'm excited to introduce the firm that we were as a full team. Oh, and I forgot to mention that once we received proposals, we had a review team that was consisting of staff from the Housing and Community Development, Public Works and Recreation departments, and all of them using the criteria on the previous slide found the what we found to be the winning proposal to be it received top marks. It checked all the boxes for the things that we were looking for in a proposal and more. So that firm that we are looking forward to entering a contract with is called CH Planning. They are their firm is headquartered out of Philadelphia, but they have a large office based in Washington, DC. And the principal of the firm self-describes it as a Black woman-owned business. And we are thrilled by the depth of experience of their 5-person project team, including the fact that their project lead is a former planner with NNCPPC for Prince George's County. So he is deeply familiar with a lot of the cross-jurisdictional challenges that we face, and also kind of the local climate for planning issues. They had a bunch of samples of work that they submitted, but for those who are interested in looking it up later, one of those was the Just Spaces initiative out of the University City District in Philadelphia. And we found that to be this project, they developed a similar decision-making framework that was really rooted in equitable engagement and development for that area, and found it to be really neat. So I snagged this quote from their website because I think it really nicely encompasses some of the things that we really were taken by with this firm. And it's that clients rely on us to translate community ambition and identity into welcoming places that provide enduring value. We help decision makers understand the choices that offer greatest promise in the most equitable manner. That was one of the things, is that their whole proposal just infused the concepts of systems thinking, racial equity, and environmental sustainability throughout all steps of the process, which was really great to see. So the cost of the proposal is not to exceed $75,000. The funds come from 2 places in our existing departmental budget. The amended FY22 CIP budget allotted $80,000, 65 of which were dedicated towards the public space management plan, leaving a $10,000 difference. And the remaining $10,000 is going to be allocated from funds that were supposed to be dedicated towards the I Can Shine camp, but due to COVID safety protocols, we have to postpone that for another year. And so those funds would otherwise have gone unused. So then the next steps We are currently, we've finished proposal review. Our team is working on putting together the contract right now and has been in talks with the firm to nail down the final details, dot the i's and cross the t's. And we are hoping that by April, we will have a contract signed and ready to roll so that we can get this process moving. Then we're hoping that by July, we can have a 50% staff review, after which we plan to have the consultant lead 2 months of community engagement exercises. I want to pause and note that we place the community engagement here very intentionally after the preliminary review and after we'll have a something that we can put our hands on. And that's in part because we were very clear in our proposal that this consultant is not coming into a blank slate. They're coming into what has so far been, in whole, 3.5 year project so far. And then we have collected a substantial amount of feedback in the different varieties of community engagement that we've conducted. And all of that's going to be handed over. And we're going to be working with the staff from the consultant team to process through that and build that into the first versions of this plan. At that point, we want to open it up to additional feedback because we want to have something for people to respond to and not just ideas about what might be or could be. Because at this point, we've heard a lot of that, and we think that having more definite things to discuss will be more fruitful. So all of that sort of window of engagement will be conducted over the summer months. And then by September, we hope for a 90% staff review, after which we'll schedule a presentation of draft recommendations to City Council in October. And then based on the feedback from that meeting, we'll do a sort of staff 100% check-in and review. And our hope and goal is to, in November, bring to you a presentation of final recommendations to be approved. And we hope to close up the whole project before we hit Thanksgiving holiday. So that is all I've got for my presentation. If you have any questions about this project as a whole, we put so much information up on the city website and the project page for the public space management plan. And you're always also welcome to reach out with any questions that I'd be happy to answer now as well.
Great. Thank you, Alex. And thank you for all your work on this and the work you did doing the community engagement. I do want to note on your schedule and your timeline, just realize that there are city elections in November. I would say, given the amount of work that's being done on this and that you're going to present to this council a report and get feedback, that you'd probably want to present the final thing to this council. Because if you present to a whole new council, you open yourself up for other feedback. So just factor that into, I think, your schedule, and given how long this project has been going on, and that I think this has been the council that has pretty much been following along with it. It may be good to try and wrap that up before. So just one thought. But
Thank you, Mayor Stewart.
Councilman DeBala?
Yes, thank you for this presentation. It's really helped to crystallize what it is you're trying to do here. And thanks for the quick response on incorporating some of the questions I had earlier after I read a draft of the presentation. That was great. I very appreciated. Particularly about the budget and the money, where it's come from. Useful to get that clear. I'm still, when we get to the 50% and we go to community outreach, I'm still struggling, and I thank you for the workshops because they were great. But I'm still struggling a little bit with what do we have, because it's not a traditional plan. Like the 1994 plan was literally a map and a bunch of locations. and it's not specific places like this one spot do this, or is it? And so is it a way, are we gonna get a way to think about things? Are we gonna get a list of suggested programs that we could try? I'm still a little, what is the product that we get here? And, or maybe it's just workshops, which would be fine. I just don't know.
Thank you, Councilmember Dybala. That is a good question. I don't know that I can fully answer it because it'll be in part up to our consultant team as they sort of see fit in developing what they see to be a most effective community engagement strategy. I am hoping personally that by that point, you're right, it's not a traditional plan and that it won't be like a list of locations to review, but I am hoping that we'll have a preliminary sketch of the decision-making framework or the directions that we're looking to go in that. And I presume, I'm hoping that pending no additional COVID waves that are too disruptive, that we can do more in-person engagement, which I think will offer some additional opportunities for creatively thinking about the product thus far. But I can't give you final specifics just yet to that extent.
I would agree, and I would just add a couple of things. That part of what we're asking for is a way to think about how to strategize and prioritize. And so we've done work on proximity, and we've done some of the work on where we know there are underserved areas of the city. And they're in their particular reasons, things are the way they are now. And so to look at how to make substantive changes, it really helps to think about what's the process for prioritizing. I know council hears a lot from some residents and doesn't hear a lot from a lot of residents. Staff is in that same position. And so we thought it would be really helpful to have experts, particularly with the depth that this team has on race equity and environmental sustainability, to hitting two of the important council initiatives that guide a lot of our work. We also are very interested in the decision-making tools for staff and for council. So when proposals come to you, you have some way of looking at particular questions, particular data needs, a way of evaluating it in addition to the residents that are proponents of something in particular. And we want to be able to put it in a broader context when we make decisions and when you make decisions, that we're looking at it citywide, particularly with your own initiatives as the lens we use. And so we're hoping that for that 50% community engagement point, that we have these things to start talking about. Does this make sense? Do these kinds of ways of strategizing and priorities make sense to the council, to the staff, to the community? And how do we build on the context so that it's not out of particular circumstances that have driven some of the public space decisions in the past, where a property becomes available, does council jump or not? Or a particular group of residents becomes very vocal about a particular need, and how does council view that in the context of all the needs? So we're looking for these tools that then the community can really roll up their sleeves, you, us, and the residents, and see if these make sense and give feedback to the consultants to say, you got it partly right, but you missed things, or we're confused about this, or, we like this, do more.
Thank you. I have to say, I'm still not completely clear, but that may just be me. I totally understand the reason to do this. Just not sure what it looks like when we're halfway, let alone completely done. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have other people. Are you done? Okay, you're good. Councilwoman Searcy.
Yeah, well, Councilmember Davala, you are not alone. I am here with you. I am confused as well. I think, and this could be in part because this project has lasted so long and has had different types of identity along the way. First was a bit of an inventory and taking stock of all of our public space with an idea of trying to identify where public space gaps are, where new public space needs are. And then it moved into, well, let's have, community engagement around, which was very well done, around, kind of what are some of the types of public space and how would residents like for certain types of decisions to be made around public space, and kind of what some examples of public space that people prefer would be. And then now we're moving into a space of developing potential criteria and rubrics for the council to determine, or for staff to consider when a opportunity arises, and how do we make those decisions. I think one of the things that I still hope we're able to get out of this process is some ideas for where we should focus on what a future public space work should be. And if we're moving away from that, and it becomes more of, kind of developing standard operating procedures and identifying new ways for us to engage the community, or how to engage the community. But at the end of the day, we're still stuck with knowing there are gaps in the neighborhood in terms of where public space is needed, not fully leveraging the technical expertise of the contractors to be able to help us to at least come up with some novel ideas for how to create space where space is really tight, which is a big issue in the city. We don't have that much space. Then I think we miss an opportunity to leverage the contractors to kind of fill that gap. So, I think that what you're talking about is great. Again, it's only what, $75,000. It's not a lot of money. I get that. But if we are able to direct the contractors to at least help us with identifying potential approaches for some of the spaces that we know are on our hit list to address, right? And I'm going to be a shameless plug for Ann Street. I want it. I want it for Christmas. I've been asking Santa. I've started. So, I mean, those priority areas that we know are already activated in a way, and maybe we just don't quite know of the right way to have and turn that into a more active public space. If there are other places like that throughout the city, I would encourage us to use the contractors to help us at least with identifying some approaches for those limited options, because I don't think there are that many. And I recognize we can't have them boil the ocean. So you're trying to really keep them on track with what it is that you've set that request for proposals out to be. But I am a little concerned, like Councilmember Davala, that we may get that wonderful feedback, which is great, but we still won't have like a priority list of projects to start ticking off. And we may have that internally, but even if that's the case, we have it internally, we miss out on using our contractors to kind of help us with thinking through those specific use cases. So that's just something that I would encourage you all to kind of think about.
I think we're on the same page, maybe using different language for it. I see those earlier stages as the building blocks that we needed in place in order to do the next step of the analysis. And what we're looking at is exactly that. How do we strategize? How do we prioritize? We also have a list which probably overlaps significantly, if not entirely, with your collective list of specific spaces that we have our eye on, specific questions or problems that have come up that we also are very aware of the fact that we have limited resources, and that there are certain challenges because space is limited. And so to be able to have another set of eyes that can collect the work that we've done, including the public engagement to date, synthesize, come back to us with, this makes sense, this one, short-term, medium, long-term, and then how to step forward. I don't ever expect that they'll come with a list that says, if you're acquiring, here's the next property to do it, because that's not useful and immediately makes the next possibility, out of reach. But I do think they'll come back with specific type, not just type, specific locations that we've identified, that we've been saying, there are many different directions we could go. What can we do with the resources we have? So I think we're meeting in the middle here. Maybe we're just using different language for it. Alex, did you want to add something?
No, I think that sounds great.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Costick?
Thank you. I think I had sort of a similar question in terms of what the ultimate product would be, and it's been helpful to hear your answers on that. I'm very happy to see this moving forward. I think it is something we really, really need in the city. I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around is how specific those the kind of list would be, because I do think it's helpful to have a sort of prioritization, a sense of prioritization on those types of projects versus some of the bigger picture questions, which I think we've struggled with a little bit. How can we balance car use versus pedestrian use? Should we actually be looking at turning some of our streets into narrower streets and creating additional space for stormwater runoff and management, or mini parks or those types of things? Is that the type of information we'll get in terms of whether that's something the public wants, or whether that's something that is viable in certain locations or not? How much information will we have on those kind of questions?
There is a component of our request and the proposal that was presented that is taking a look at a deeper level of analysis across the city for gaps in connectivity or public space access, and sort of updating some of the analysis that staff already did around proximity and amenity availability. So I think, to what Roz was saying earlier, that we likely won't end up with a specific list of here's a spot, here's what we should do, here's a spot, here's what we should do, but it will reveal a map to us of places that there are points of tension or points of underservice or overservice. And my hope is that as we work with the contractor to sort of fine tune the product that we develop, and they've been very agreeable upfront to sort of modifying as we go based on what we discover, rather than laying out a path that we hold them to quite specifically, at risk of yielding something that's less useful. So yes, what I'm hoping is that we'll both have a literal map of the city and places that we can, build off of, and also a defined and clear and accessible set of principles and processes for how to think about those decisions. Like when we do run up against a tension between how to use a street, whether it's for parking or bike lanes or stormwater runoff or increased, percolation areas. So I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yeah, that's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah. And I think the other thing that might be useful for us to get out of this is some sort of tool that we can use ourselves 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, so that when we run across a new situation that maybe isn't envisioned right now, but is in the future, that we have the tools to manage that and to think through it in a similar process.
Yes, that's definitely a core piece of what we're hoping to get out of this as well, because we recognize that decisions about public space, we can't predict all of them, even for the next year, and that we want to have something that is a perennial tool that we can come back to and look at how we made decisions in the past to guide decisions in the future, and things like that.
Great. And then the final thing is, I would love for this, to the extent possible, to integrate with some of our other plans. So we're working on this plan, but we also have our climate change plan. We have our stormwater management. We have our traffic plans. It would be great if we can make sure that they're all interacting together as we do this. Thank
Yes, that is our hope as well.
Councilmember Kovar.
Yeah, on that last point, we specifically put into each of those other plans that we wanted them to interrelate, and we mentioned this one too, even though it wasn't done, because we saw that it was coming along. So I think that's a really important point. One other comment or question, and maybe this was covered in the verbiage, I missed it, in which case I apologize. But I think the one thing we definitely do need is to have a way for considering applications by outside groups for use of the space. And, for example, this has come up in the context of Dorothy's Woods, and we have kind of an interim plan now so that people can volunteer and sign up to do work there. And I think that applies to other places as well. But what I want us to be able to get toward is a situation where it's not just, oh, this group over here thought up a good plan for some type of activity that could happen in public space X, and they're the only ones who came forward, so maybe they'll get to do it. Or maybe they should. Maybe it's a very meritorious plan. And so what's been proposed for Dorothy's Woods on its face seems fine, but I just want to make sure that the ability, or that the process for approving that also can say, hey, wait a minute, maybe there's 3 other groups that don't even know about this. And how do we ensure that they get there? So I think a process that's not really about the list or how do we use it in the future in terms of what we plan, but just how do we ensure that community groups, and in some cases, maybe community groups who aren't necessarily even aware that this is something they could do, become aware of it.
Yes, thank you, council member. That's a really important point, and something that we wrote into our proposal, and we plan to hold our contractor to in coming up with, in addition to larger processes and systems, also looking at all the existing policies and processes we have for resident, staff, and council initiated requests for things. And I think that taking that information and thinking from outside of the plan sphere, how we as a planning division can increase awareness and education about opportunities is something that we will definitely look into as well.
Councilmember Smith.
I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate the fact that you guys went from community meetings to an RFP. It seems like in a very short period of time compared to other things that city staff has taken up. I just want to say I love this. This is fantastic. I hope we can have this short period of times for other projects in the city. I know you guys don't have all the kinks worked out, but at least we are moving forward with this, and it's not 5 years down the road. We have to start all over trying to figure out what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Great. Not seeing any other questions at this point. This will come back for a vote next week. So if anyone has any questions in the meantime, please get them to city staff, because we're going to be voting on this next week. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Roz. Our final work session this evening is a presentation on the general fiscal health of the city. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this evening, the finance director and myself will be presenting a historical recent trends data, looking at the city's reserve levels, unassigned fund balances, and overall financial structure, and have a conversation about long-term financial sustainability for the city of Tacoma Park. With that, I would turn it over to our finance director, Ms. Chung.
Oh, 1 second for that. Hold on one. There you go.
Tonight, we're going to talk about the fiscal health of the city of Tacoma Park. Fiscal health is very important. The city of Tacoma Park has a history of solid financial management. For example, the city has maintained a stable reserve balance and the bond payments are always paid timely. There are many other cities who cannot say the same thing. They did not address the factors causing structural deficit over time and end up by depleting their rainy day reserves. Suffering from credit rating drops and cutting staff, increasing fees and taxes, and other signs of municipal budget crisis. In the city of Tacoma Park, we will continue to maintain sufficient rainy day reserves, control the expenditures to incremental increases over time, and we will identify new revenue sources and other fiscal health practices to maintain good fiscal health. The city has budgetary and financial goals. First of all, is to fund and sustain the city's services at a level that meet the needs of the city residents. Second, to provide the financial resources to accomplish the city council priorities. How do we accomplish these goals? We can do it in two ways. First of all, to maintain a structurally balanced budget. What is a balanced budget? It is an ongoing expenditure funded with ongoing revenues. And we need to adhere to financial and budgetary policies and best practices. The most important law is to protect the reserves, follow the GASB, Government Accounting Standard Board, and GAAP Government Accounting Standards, and also implement GFOA best practices. I'm going to give an overview of the city's fund structure. The city has 4 primary funds. The general fund can be used for discretionary spending, while the other 3 are restricted for limited purposes. And we have a new fund created this year, and it's the American Rescue Plan Act Fund, and it was created just this year. First, the general fund. This fund is the general operating fund of the city. It supports the city's core services that include public safety, street maintenance and recreation, and administrative services such as human resources, IT, and financial management. The second fund we have is called Special Revenue Fund. This fund includes a variety of external federal, state, and county grants, provide funding for community services, affordable housing, parks, development, infrastructure improvements, and other projects. Expenditures must match revenue for exact reimbursement for external grants. Some grants require a city match, 20% city match, or general fund transfer to the special revenue fund. The third fund we have is called Speed Camera Fund. The Speed Camera Fund was established in fiscal year 2009 to account for financial transactions related to the city's speed camera program. By state law, revenue can only be used for public safety purposes. Stormwater Fund. The Stormwater Fund is grouped with rehab loan in the financial statement. It is called non-major fund because it is less than 10% of the total fund balance. The Stormwater Fund accounts for revenue expenditure activity related to stormwater management services such as construction, maintenance, and repair of the storm drain inlets and ditches. And the last fund we have, as I mentioned, is the American Rescue Plan Act Fund. And it is intended to respond to the needs of the community due to COVID pandemic. It aims to support the hardest hit communities and lay the groundwork for equitable economic recovery. Let's look at the general fund revenues. The general fund revenue represents 76% of the city's revenues. We can look at a chart. The chart on the right-hand side shows that 95% of the general fund revenue comes from three major sources. Property tax, which is represented by the blue color section, and it makes up 52% of the total general fund revenues. The intergovernmental revenue that include the tax duplication, a hotel tax, amusement tax, the library fines, and all those, they make up 28% of the total general fund revenue, and is represented in the dark orange color. Income tax is 13%, which is in gray color, and charges for services, for example, the revenues that we collected from recreation for the programs, it makes up about 3%. And the remaining 5% is from the miscellaneous revenue that include, suppose, for example, passports, miscellaneous, like the mulch sales, and those are the miscellaneous incomes. So this is the general fund revenue. Now let's look at the expenditures. Unfortunately, beginning in 2018, the city had audited general fund deficit for 4 consecutive fiscal years. In other words, actual expenditure exceeded revenue receipt. And we can look at the data here from 2018 to 2021. And it is from our audited financial statement, the annual comprehensive financial report. 2018, we have 24.3 million in total revenue. Total expenditure is 24.4, and that makes a deficit about $95,000. Fortunately, we have balances, which is quite high in the unassigned reserve, and that is $7.1 million. And during 2018, we also have a bond issued, okay? We issue a series 2017 bond for the construction of the 2 Main Street, Flower Avenue, Ethan Allen, and also for the construction of the library. And the bond proceed is not actually revenue to the city. It is called other financial sources, but that increases our unassigned reserve balance. Since it increases our unassigned reserve balance and our construction project has not started, so the bond council advised us to put the reserve, to put the money that we have received from the bond proceed in a reserve fund called bond reserve. So we established a bond reserve at the same year. And on that year, the bond reserve balance was $8.9 million. But over the years, the bond reserve money went down because our project completed. Some of our street project completed, and those expenditures were drawn from the bond reserve balance. And the unassigned reserve balance fluctuated. And you can see that even though we have a deficit in 2021 for $951,000, but the unassigned reserve balance actually increased. And I will explain why in the later slide, okay? This is a picture this is a graph that represents the general fund expenditure outlook, and it represents the same data that was on the previous slide. So the orange bar here represents the general fund total revenue. The golden bar represent the total expenditure. And you can see that in all 4 years, the expenditure amount is slightly higher than the revenue amount. So we have a little green bar on the right-hand side of each year that represent the city's general fund deficit, starting from 2018, going through 2021. This chart is representing the trend, the general fund trend in the past 10 years. Okay, starting from 2012 and going through to 2021. The orange color line represents the revenue. The golden color line represents the expenditure. The green color line represents the deficit or surplus. Both general fund revenue and expenditure have been increasing over the past 10 years. However, the expenditure have been increasing faster than the general fund revenues. The line graph shows the revenue, expenditure, surplus, deficit trends of the audited general fund financial statement. And you can see that the city has 4 years of surplus out of the 10 years. Now we're going to talk about the reserve. We are very fortunate. In 2018, the City Council established a reserve policy of maintaining the unassigned reserve at a level of not less than 17% of the total general fund revenue. The city has been able to maintain exceeding the 17% over the past years because of the good fiscal management by the city department head. And you know, the finance department has been monitoring the expenditures of the different departments, and the city has successfully received some of the one-time funding, especially from the grant funds. So those are the major advantages that the city had. And we are in line with the GFOA recommendation. At the minimum, the city should maintain no less than 2 months of the regular general fund operating revenue, and which is equivalent to about 4.3 million. 2 months worth of the general fund revenue is 4.3 million. Okay. Now we finished looking at the financial statement trend. Now we want to look at the budget trend. The graph shows here is the adopted budget from fiscal year 2012 to 21. Compared to the revenue and expenditure trend in the financial statement on page 9 or slide 9, the budgetary trend reflected a larger gap between the revenue and the expenditure. And I want to introduce to you a term called designated for subsequent years. What does it mean? This occurs when the budget expenditure, which is represented by the orange line, exceeded the budgeted revenue, which is the blue line. Therefore, the money has to be designated in the reserve fund balance to indicate that it will be spent for the budget expenditure in the next fiscal year. So we need to designate those funds in our unassigned reserve, making sure that we have those funds available in our unassigned reserve. The designated amount is appropriated in the budget ordinance as the use of the fund balance when the proposed budgeted expenditure exceed the proposed revenues. Okay, so this is our adopted budget trend, and you can see that in only 2 years that we have the balance of our we have the surplus only in 2 years, which is 2013 and 2018, which is the year that we received the bond proceed. Now I'm trying to explain the designated general fund balance in here, and I'm showing that in our unassigned reserve in 2 layers. The orange layer represents the net unassigned reserve, which we can use with no string attached. So this is money we can use freely. The light golden color represent the designated general fund balance, which we have put it in the ordinance that we expected for the use of the expenditure of the next year. And the green line here represents the city's reserve policy, which is the 17% of our total revenue. So we can see that we are very good at maintaining our reserve balance, but some part of it is designated for the future deficit, for the future expenditure. So if you say that we have $7 million, not exactly true. Actually, in 2021, we have 4.4 million in our unassigned reserve, which we can use freely. The remaining amount is designated for the expenditure for the adopted budget. So planning for the long-term health, and we have been focusing on the general fund balance. If the general fund expenditure continue to outpace the revenue, the city's unassigned reserve fund balance or the rainy day fund will be reduced. At the year end of 21, the city maintained a balance of 7 million in the rainy day fund, or as the auditor mentioned, is the 28% of the total general fund revenue. However, the general fund had a deficit of $951,000 in 2021. In the balance sheet, the unassigned reserve balance shows an increase from fiscal year 20 to 21. It is mainly due to the replenishment of the $890,000 from the bond reserve and the $600,000 from the housing reserve to the unassigned reserve. How does the unassigned reserve interact with the other reserve? Let me explain that. Unassigned reserve balance is increased by surplus and or by fund transfer from the other reserve. For example, the bond reserve, the housing reserve. Unassigned reserve balance is reduced by deficit and fund transfer to other reserves and other funds. If you remember, in fiscal year 22 adopted budget, the council approved to transfer $65,000 from the general fund to the stormwater fund. Because the stormwater fund balance, if we did not transfer the fund to stormwater, the fund balance would have been in negative, and we would not allow any fund balance to be in negative. Okay, so that's why we have to make a transfer. And where do we get the transfer money from? The unassigned reserve. So the unassigned reserve is the funding for all other reserve, for all other fund, and in case of deficit. So it is a very important reserve balance that we need to make sure that we have to maintain a sufficient balance. If the general fund deficit trend continues in less than 8 years, the rainy day fund will be completely depleted. So it is very important the city maintain the unassigned reserve fund balance at an adequate level to maintain the current and future risks and to ensure stable tax rates. So my presentation ends here. I'm going to turn over the presentation to the city manager, and he will continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Director Chung. You did a great job. I believe this is
Thank
your
you.
first time presenting in front of council.
Yeah,
And you did
I'm
a great
little
job.
bit nervous.
Well, we couldn't tell. Looking at this slide, so the challenges to the general fund as a discretionary and operating fund remain high, and Director Chung has went through that in her presentation this evening. There are many demands on the general fund. That is why it's important to adopt a balanced budget. In fiscal year 23, the staff and I will be proposing a balanced budget. In order to balance our budget and keep the city on a fiscally sustainable path, ongoing city expenses must be supported by ongoing revenue, not one-time revenue sources. Options for balancing the budget each year are, as you see on the screen here. We either can make reductions in the budget, we can spend less. We can increase tax rates, or we can identify new sources of ongoing revenue, like economic development opportunities, new businesses, opening shop here in the city. Next slide, please. So here we just wanted to show that the personnel costs in the general fund, 65 to 80% our total expenditure is personnel. Next largest expenditure in this area, general fund, is the CIP, the capital improvement projects. Next slide. So with increase in taxes, we can make cuts to the general fund spending. It's difficult to do because the general fund personnel costs make up 80% of the total expenditure. When we look at the property tax has decreased over time. So in 2014, or fiscal year 14, we started out at 57 cents. It remained flat. It went up to 58.5 cents. Since that time, since 2018, it is continuing to go down. And over the last 3 fiscal years, we have remained flat. So the best option for us is always to identify new ongoing sources and encourage new businesses to open here in the community. Next slide. With that, very short, brief, to the point. We'll open it up. We have Deputy City Manager Jessica Clark, as well as the Finance Director, Ms. Chung, and myself here, if there's any questions.
Let's see, I have Councilmember Smith and then Stevens.
I first want to start off by thanking you, Mr. Fox, Ms. Chung, for this presentation. I don't think as long as I've been on the council, we've had a comprehensive look for the last, 10 years?
Yes, 10 years.
10-year picture of where we are, where we've been, and where we're going for this city. Council, we make all these decisions. It's not, I guess it seems like we're making them in a vacuum. We don't really know the impact fiscally on the city when we make these decisions. So I really want to thank you for your transparency, for opening this up, not just for the council, but to the public. So in your presentation, Ms. Chung, you said that there were certain projects or there were things that, the city has taken on that have sucked out the revenue from the taxpayers, from the money that we bring in. Can you identify some of those projects the city council has approved? And if we didn't have those projects, where would we be fiscally?
It's difficult to pinpoint or identify a particular project that will cause the city, make the city in a deficit situation. I mean, this is, I would say mainly because the city had not been having a balanced budget. A balanced budget meaning that our ongoing expenditure should be covered by the revenue, by the ongoing revenue. But most of the time when we making decision for the budget, a lot of time, a lot of the citizens mentioned that we are not having a balanced budget. They're looking at the total budgeted revenue compared to the total expenditure. The total expenditure amount is kind of confusing sometimes because of the library project, of the street project, and those projects actually inflated the expenditure, the budgeted expenditure. We were planning like in 2020 or 19, about $3.6 million in the library project. But at the end of the year, it was only about 200,000 was spent. So there is a huge gap between what we approved for the library project during the budget time and actually what we spent at the end of the year for the library project. And the 3.6 million minus 200,000 is a difference of $3.4 million. So that $3.4 million is not spent, but we approved that in the budget. But the library project, fortunately, we have a separate reserve to cover for it. So it's not directly going into the unassigned reserve. There are other projects, I cannot just pinpoint one to tell that a lot of projects are like that. So we were kind of very optimistic at the beginning of the project time, we'll be able to finish those projects. But at the end of the year, we could probably just finish half of it, or some of them we are going to move it to next year. But during the budget time, our funding in the budget included entire project amount. And at the end of the year, we may only spend maybe 50%. So that difference is making a budgetary deficit, which may not be necessary.
So we took out bonds for the 2 street projects, right?
Correct.
Correct, okay. And so if you were looking at the deficit, our payments, and we're still making payments on those bonds, correct? Or have we paid off?
The payments for the bonds are not coming out from the bond reserve. The
Okay,
payment of the bond is coming out from the debt service, which is one of our expenditure account.
okay, so
The
we're not,
bond reserve is set up for the purpose of the payment for the expenditure of the street projects, of the library projects. Once those 2 projects are done, the bond reserve should be completely depleted. There should be no more money in the bond reserve.
and do you know offhand where we are in that repayment cycle? 20%?
I have to look at the schedules.
Okay.
I cannot remember. There are 3 outstanding bonds we have. We have a community bond 2015, and we have 2 bonds. One is the transportation bond, and the other one is the library bond. And we're still paying off all these bonds. Fortunately, we paid off the public works bond last year. So we have 3 more to go.
So recently you heard that the county council has worked with us in resolving tax duplication. Have you taken the opportunity to see how that will impact our balance sheet, or will there be any impact?
The tax duplication, yeah, it is actually our city's major revenue. It's included in our intergovernmental revenue, and it's the major part of our intergovernmental revenue. And thanks to Jessica and the police chief, they have been trying hard, to negotiate with Montgomery County. And this year we have about 400,000 more from previous year. So that's a great news. That's great news. More revenue is good news to the city.
And my final question is, Mr. Fox gave us some things that we're gonna have some big decision points, right? And I guess the easiest one is to increase taxes, right? Have you thought about this, and have you thought about, are there potential areas where we could reduce?
I think the approach is we want to try our very best to cut down the city expenditure.
Right.
That is our first step. In order to have a balanced budget, one way to do is to cut down our expenditure as much as we could. The other way is to raise revenue. And
Right.
there are other ways to raise revenue. I think the last resort is maybe to raise taxes.
And so are we looking at just FY '23, or should we also have in the back of our head FY '24?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Should we just be looking at FY '23, or should we also look at FY '24 to keep us on the right course?
Councilmember Smith, we'll be looking at fiscal year '24 as we move forward. Right now, as a city, as an organization, and Director Chung touched on it, we're looking at what we can reduce as an organization, and particularly to try to balance the budget for fiscal year '22. We're also looking at fiscal year '23, and then we'll start engaging what '24 looks like. But as we share tonight, in order to slow down the path we've been on with the general fund structural deficit that we've had over the years, we're trying to right that ship for '22, '23. And so we will be looking at '24, but that's kind of process what we're doing as an organization right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chung.
Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would like to join Councilmember Smith in thanking the city manager for putting this discussion on the table tonight. I appreciate early discussions about this before we actually start the budget process, which is going to start very soon. And Ms. Chung, I also want to thank you for your excellent tutorial tonight. I think it was fantastic. And I did not perceive in any way that you were nervous. You sounded confident because you sounded knowledgeable on the subject, and you presented it in a very clear way. Not saying I understood everything, but I did my best, and you did your best, obviously.
I did my best, yeah.
Yeah, so thank you. One of the ways that was said to get, there are several ways to get us, to where we are not spending more than we're making, is to decrease our expenses. And it was, with the numbers rolling across the screen here, it's hard for me to tell what kind of a percentage of decrease in expenses would it take to actually get us to having a balanced budget.
We are working on a balanced budget for fiscal year '23. City Manager Fox has been sending out recommendation. We are trying our very best, and the proposal is to try to cut down from the current expenditure about 9%. I mean, this is a
No, I understand this is a
very,
work in
very
progress,
high
yeah.
target,
Right.
But we are not trying to, have any personnel cut, because we really need our staff, in order to.
And looking
perform a
back at
lot
one of your
good
early charts,
programs,
yeah.
Things like that. So personnel costs, we're not considering about that. That will be a last thing to consider for.
That's an
expenditure cut.
important
So-
point to
so
make.
Mainly it's about the huge projects, maybe in the CIP project, the street projects, and some of the rehabilitation program and things like that, that impact the general fund. Because we're now talking about the general fund. We're not talking about the ERR, we're not talking about the facility maintenance reserve, we're not talking about the bond reserve. We're mainly talking about the general fund unassigned reserve.
And again, my
Our
rec,
unassigned reserve is in a good state right now. It's just that we want to prevent the reserve to go down more because of the deficit situation. I'm not saying that we're in a dire financial situation.
No, we're headed the wrong
We are in
direction.
a good financial standing.
Right.
But I'm just giving a little alert
appreciate
that we
that.
do not want the deficit situation to continue and to deepen, and we need to dip into our unassigned reserve more. We are in a very healthy financial situation. We have $7.1 million in our unassigned reserve,
Right.
which is much better than a lot of the local government.
One
So
thing
I'm
the-
proud of
Oh,
what our reserve balance is, because that has been, one of the legacy of the, prior city manager. So we really work hard to bring the reserve to this balance. I'm just saying that we are giving alert that we don't want the deficit situation in our financial statement to continue.
I thank you. And I have told you many times, I really appreciate the work that you've done since you joined the city, and
Thank you.
I have not changed that opinion just because tonight. But two things, one that you said, one is, I think it needs to be reiterated, and that is that no one is suggesting cutting city staff, right, to attain that 9%. But I have to sit here and wonder, when I look back at one of your early slides, I think it said 60% of the general fund was personnel.
That is correct.
And so you want to get that 9% out of the other 40%.
Yeah, and it's a difficult decision to make. So, yeah, we were trying our very best to cut down our expenditure.
Right. I guess the other question on that would be, you talked about taxes. What kind of a tax increase would it take to?
Tax increase, a lot of those revenues are sent by the county and the state. For example, the highway user tax. Yeah, those are fluctuating, and I receive those projections from MML. So I'm making those information, those projected revenue available, and it's in our financial system. Other taxes, maybe the hotel tax and also the amusement tax. I believe because of the COVID pandemic, those two taxes had been very low in the past 2 years. So I'm hopeful that those two taxes can increase in the next year or so. Yeah.
Okay.
So Councilmember Siemens,
yes.
just to touch base on your question as far as what the increase in taxes will look like. We don't know as of right now. We're still in our review and analysis. Part of our review and analysis, we need to go through the process that we're going through with staff, looking at reductions and saving as many jobs as possible, no reductions in the workforce. But looking at all the different strategies on the table and continuously looking at what would it take at that point if we can't reach the 9% to be able to lower our expenditures, then at that point, what would that tax rate look like? And that's
Right, I
something that
understand what you're saying.
will come forward in the next couple of weeks on.
Okay. The other question is really for you. I actually have two other questions, but the next question is for you, and that is, you mentioned about economic development, but I guess the question is, what are the odds that we're really going to get significant increase in new businesses to impact this particular issue in the next couple of months?
The next couple of months, it's unrealistic. But I
So,
will say.
we're really not talking about 2022.
22, no, we're looking at 23 on, and our housing and community development department is out hitting the street, hitting the pavement, and trying to work with our business community for those folks who want to relocate or expand in the community, and that's what's going to help us long term.
But for this coming budget cycle, we're probably not going to be able to talk much about how happy we can be because we have these new businesses.
We could talk about how happy we are that businesses are open after the pandemic is
Yeah.
slowing down.
Okay. And then lastly, and this goes back to making sure employees understand that that we're not talking about cutting employees. And I'm sure they're concerned about their next union negotiations too. So we have to make some accounting for increases in salaries going forward.
Yes, but what we have noticed, and I'll reiterate, we're not looking at a reduction in workforce. Similar to any potential tax increase, that and a reduction in workforce will be the last strategies, the last resort for us to really look at. And we've held that line this week. And then also just making sure that we're taking a holistic approach across departments to see how we can get there. Because it's not just 2023, it's 2022. And what we do good in 2022 to balance over the next 3 months will help as we move into 2023. Now, what we do know over the next, this current and next fiscal year, yes, we'll have to use, one strategy is having to use some of that unassigned or that rainy day fund to help us get there. But we will not be able to use the entire 7.1 that's there because we would deplete the fund completely.
Right.
And we would be no different than
We're still not
Detroit or any
balanced.
other city that went bankrupt at that point.
All right, I appreciate the discussion tonight and look forward to how this all works out.
Councilman Susie?
Thank you so much. I want to echo my colleagues in saying how much I appreciate and your walkthrough, Susan, was amazing and very thorough, and I learned something, which is always awesome. So one of the things that came to mind for me is the fact that we're, in my mind, balancing pandemic transition, right? And while I know that things were kind of wonky in the years prior to the last two, one of the things that I did see in the that I know that we did do in terms of the adopted budget for the last couple of years was, quite frankly, inflate the budget kind of sort of on purpose. Like we put a lot of things that were in the budget that we knew staff wanted to do, but because of the pandemic, we put those activities on hold, we redirected those dollars. And we did that in essence 2 years in a row.
Exactly.
Which meant that our adopted budget was really high, but the expenditures were low, and that was kind of done purposefully, so that we can make sure that we had money to redirect wherever we needed to redirect. Now we're going to have ARPA. Right? We're going to have those ARP dollars. And I'm trying to wrap my brain around how the influx of the ARP dollars, although they're a different line item in the budget, but they actually overlap quite a bit with a number of the activities that were typically in our CIP over the last couple of years, and they will help to fund those items.
Yes.
Those ARPA dollars are also supposed to address our revenue losses, right? So does this presentation of kind of like what we should expect, does that take that into account at all?
Well, actually, the city manager, Jessica, and I have been having discussion about that. We are putting our priority on all the projects, mainly on ARPA funds in the next few years, because the ARPA funding is a term limited funding. We want to make sure that we make the best use of the ARPA fund, because if you don't use it, you lose it. So this is our idea of putting our priority on the ARPA funding projects, making sure that we spend all those funds first. And in the year after we depleted the ARPA funding, if those needs are still there, we can put those projects in the general fund and we can fund it in a separate way. Maybe even it's needed so much, we can dip into our rainy day fund to support those projects, because these are good projects for the community.
Yeah, and they've been in some of them have been in the budget, right?
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily see, while I know that the presentation is a bit of a dire situation, I don't necessarily see us immediately nosediving next budget. fiscal year.
No.
I see us more as trying to manage the landing,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So it is, how are we leveraging those ARPA dollars, which in theory should address the deficit for 2020, for 2020, I think this is 2021 that we had the deficit. And then give us more steady footing into 2022 budget determinations. We're doing the crosswalk between what we were approved to use ARPA dollars for and what was in our CIP, because basically our budget consists of people and capital projects.
Yeah.
We're doing that crosswalk. And so then we're left with, okay, of those things and of those projects that are left, how do we make sure that we're kind of managing that landing? And so that's how my brain is kind of wrapping around all of the stuff that's going on. Because again, the last couple of years have been a bit crazy in terms of what we had to do with the budget. One other thing when we talk about, and I'm glad they brought up tax duplication, because that's another wrinkle to kind of add into the crazy, right? So you have the ARP dollars and then you have the tax duplication. But one other thing, when we talk about the tax dollars and that, or the tax rate, one of the things that I can never remember is when our new assessed values go into effect. Is that, so what we're seeing in the community is definitely home prices are increasing, right? So I don't know what our constant yield rate is. I probably should, eventually will know. But given what the current state of the world, home sales and home values are going up, which in theory should mean that we would end up with, even if we kept our tax rate the same, if the assessed values of the properties are going up on average, then we're basically going to bring in more revenue.
Yeah. Based on our most current constant yield tax rate that we receive, and I look at the prior year assessable value of our city's property compared to the new assessable value of this year, there is about $539,000 increase in the value itself. If we keep the same tax rate, that increase in dollar amount is about $539,000. Okay. So with more tax rate, the revenue amount will be higher than $539,000. Okay, based on what tax rate that we decided to take.
So that answered my question, right?
Yeah,
So again, we're juggling a bunch of different things at the same time. We
Yeah.
have pandemic wind down, the influx of the external dollars, and our property value, the assessed values are going up. So again, while I think it's important for us to kind of, communicate, and it is helpful to communicate kind of where we've been, I can't stress enough, we're in this new frontier in terms of all of these different things that are happening at the same time.
Yes.
One of the things that I will say is that I do think that what we would typically see in a budget was pretty inflated. I know that we often ask lots of questions around what projects we're really going to be like, I've seen this in the budget like 4 times. I know I've said it. I've seen this in the budget 5 times. I know what is, I know when you're hiding money. You're either hiding, squirreling away until you get enough, or you're trying to hide money.
Or they're bad enough that they want to put it up again and again.
And again, and again, and again. And so part of it may just be, you know, and maybe this is an issue for council, like there's a lot of great ideas out there and there's a lot of great work, but we have a small staff. And it's not to take away or undermine the great ideas and the creativity that staff have, but it's really asking people to think long and hard about what they can feasibly do in a fiscal year, which I think is a very fair conversation to have. And I think, you know, if we're having that conversation in that way, then that means that only the ideas that people send forward be more fleshed out and really ready to go, and people aren't really just cranking out ideas because we kind of squirreling away money for a rainy day.
And Councilmember Searcy, yes, that's part of the conversation that we had as a senior leadership team about focusing on what are the projects that you can actually get done by the end of the fiscal year and the same fiscal year. And then also really looking at for us, if we, like in fiscal year 22, if it's items that, what is this, March, if we get to April and we're not gonna be able to spend the June, then we need to talk about what that looks like, because if we come in July 1 and we have a significant budget amendment, that also goes to the deficit. And so that also hurts us. So as we're trying to course correct over the next several years with this balanced budget, we want to make sure that, we're not just making more mistakes and provide more headaches for us as we move forward.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you all so much. I think one of the things, because again, I don't want to alarm people. Oh Lord, my tax is going up, because we don't want to alarm people in that way. But I do think that as we enter into conversations around the budget, that it will be critically important to kind of help people to understand how all of these different things are happening at the same time. And there are forces that may be working against one another. So you have ARPA dollars coming in that's technically increasing revenues on the books, but it's temporary. We have the tax dupe money that's coming in, and that's going to impact our revenues for a longer term, hopefully, fingers crossed, than the ARP dollars. But then we have the increase in assessed values. So even if we kept the tax rate flat, people are going to pay more out of their pocket. So just making sure that everybody kind of understands how all of these different forces are happening and how they work together, I think is going to be really important, in addition to having a really targeted, tight budget that's really clear around what the projects are designed to do, and really focused on what we'll be able to feasibly accomplish.
Well, in terms of the property assessment, I'm a little worried when the assessment are a little erratic, because some of the property value, if you're looking at the neighborhood, I was just studying the assessable value with the planning manager Ross earlier, and we were looking at the map, the statistics that was provided by the state. There are a lot of properties in the city that is in a very affluent area that should have their property value increase, but then it shows that the value has been decreased. And there are property area where there are no increases and for a period of time. And there are areas that have decreases, and you'll find a property next to it has a significant 35% increase. So there is no background knowledge of how the appraising was done. So we had some conversation with the state assessment manager last 2 years ago. Their explanation was unclear to us how they assess the value in the city of Tacoma Park. And it's the same thing that is happening in this year. So I'm worried that people, the homeowners has accessible value went up 35%. They are the first group of homeowners going to apply for reassessment.
Yep.
When the reassessment is successful, that means our revenue will be going down. Because once the reassessment is approved, what is going to happen in my property tax file that I receive from the county? They will put a little sign there that said adjustment. That adjustment is subtracting from our revenue. So if more people, because of the assessable value, had increased significantly, more of those homeowners are going to apply for reassessment. And that will significantly affect our property tax revenue in the long run.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. That's helpful. And I know that that was something that we had them come to present to us on.
Yeah, they did, and we've been working with, last 2 semesters, working with students from the University of Maryland to try and look at some of this stuff too. It's not just us, it's a
Yeah.
statewide issue. But I do think, just following up on that, Director Chung, I know the last time we did the assessments, the planning department was able to provide like an analysis, because I think it was basically a third. A third of the assessments went up,
Yeah.
a third stayed the same, and a third went down,
Yeah.
and was
This
something that
time-
kind of,
This time it's like a little bit scattered.
Yeah.
It's not like in a cluster compared to the past 2 years. When I'm looking at the map this time, there are patches of homeowners have their property value go down significantly.
Yeah.
And there are other patches that is going up, but majority of them are maintaining the same rate.
Yeah.
So it's really quite unreasonable to me how it happened. But we have no way of knowing, how they make the assessment. And we had asked them question, and the explanation was not really identifying the reasoning of why those assessments were made.
Thank you.
I just want to note the time, since technically we're supposed to end at 11. So I'm gonna see if we can do that. And I have Councilmember Kovar, Costick, and then Dabala.
Thank you. And thanks to the city manager and the finance director for the presentation. I appreciate it. Just on that point that was discussed most recently, I agree that when the representatives from the State Department of Taxation came, I think it was a couple of years ago now, it was just completely gobbledygook and not worth doing. I would like us to think about inviting someone back from that office just to come and try to explain, and maybe we could do like we did before, one of those early start sessions, because I think it would be helpful to at least hear what they had to say. The last time the explanation was not worth anything, but maybe we could get some. So I think that'd be worth doing. I did want to ask, if you don't mind, about the unassigned balance. And so the unassigned balance, that money, there are no restrictions on it. It can be used for anything, right? So if, a tree falls on the community center right near the end of the budget year and we have to pay some extra money, we could tap from that. Or ideally, we wanted to sit there and remain at least at 17%, right? That's the purpose of those funds, so that it helps us get through the fluctuations month by month, but it's also available if something big and unexpected happens, right? So one of the things that we were told in previous budget years, and I don't know if my colleagues recall it the same way I do, but my recollection was that although we were striving for that 17%, and we might have hit it at one point, that we were falling short of the 17%. And I think we kind of twisted ourselves in knots the last couple of years, because we were short of that 17%, and we tried to be really careful about spending certain things. But I did notice when we had the audit in November, they said for the last 3 years, we've been way above 20%. And so I don't know if this is an apples and oranges situation, but are we in the mid 20% with our unassigned reserves? I mean, if not, then the audit's off, right? So what's,
The unassigned reserve, in fact, in our financial statement is showing 7.1 million, which is 28%
Right.
of our general fund revenue. And I explained that in my presentation.
so if that's
It's,
true-
it's truly 28%
Right.
and it's
So if that-
higher than the city's
right,
policy of 17%.
right. So if that's
Okay.
true, as one step, would it make sense to say, okay, that doesn't need to be that big? So we're gonna grab some, not grab, but we're gonna, transfer some funds out of the unassigned reserve to help us. I mean, that would more than cover whatever the deficit was. Doesn't that help us address some of the gaps that we're talking about?
I mean, this is something that, the council can decide what is the best project the council want to prioritize. And the projects has to be taken out from the expenditure account.
No, but I
So-
guess I'm just saying in
Yeah.
terms of the mathematics, if the unassigned balance is at 25 or 28% or whatever you just said, and our goal is to have it at 17, doesn't mean you can't be a little higher than that, but if we, let's say we reduce it to 20, so we're removing, like a third of it. And isn't that money that's then available to fund things we want to fund in the general fund?
I think it's in our reserve policy that we should always reevaluate our reserve, unassigned reserve balance to see what is the right position. So, it is open to discussion with the
Well, I
council
guess to
member.
me, it just seems
What
like
is
if we
the
have a,
right value or the right level that we should maintain.
if we have a surplus in the unassigned fund and a deficit in the general fund, why not reduce one and increase the other?
Well, to that point, the slide, I happened to be looking at it because I was going to ask a different question. Some of that 28% is an unassigned reserve with a designated place
Yes.
that it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
So even
All right, well,
though,
you can ask about that. I get it. I just want to make sure, I just want to understand if what I'm saying is accurate.
I was trying to say
Well,
that
well,
it's not right.
I
Yeah.
want to hear from the finance. I mean, this is a fundamental question right now. If I'm missing something, I apologize, but if one of those things is, I understand some of it's spoken for, that's what the designation means, right? But that's the amount that's in deficit, right? So why can't we lower one and raise the other and have them meet?
The deficit is, the meaning of deficit is we're comparing from the revenue to expenditure. Okay, that is the reason of deficit, because the expenditure exceeded the revenue is called deficit. While the fund balance is the residual accumulated balance from the surpluses in the past years. They're not the same thing. But when we have a deficit, the only way that we can cover for the deficit is by dipping into our unassigned reserve.
Right, but
I
the
don't know
unassigned,
if I
but if the
an-
unassigned,
answer your question.
if the unassigned
So,
reserve is really large, why not just take some of that? That's what I'm asking.
So can I try something? I think the reason, you could phase it in over time. You could do it maybe once or twice. It's not a good
Yeah.
practice
Yeah.
because of, and I think this is what our director of finance is saying to us, is that over the long term, if it's an ongoing project that we want to fund, if we don't have the revenue to cover it, in about 8 years, we're gonna not have any reserves left because we're constantly dipping into the reserves to cover that. So the goal is, from what I understand from the presentation this evening, is to get us even and as close as we can in the next couple of years so that revenue and expenditures, those lines are parallel. So, but that doesn't mean, and I think from what I'm hearing you say, Councilmember Kovar, and what I heard the Director of Finance and our city manager say, is at the moment, we are in good financial health in the city. And that what we're looking at is the long term. And so if over, as you all are doing the budget, the next year or two, we are dipping into that reserve, we have some of it to dip into so that we don't need to drastically reduce things as we're trying to do the other things, which is like our economic development, which takes a little longer and all of that. And I'm seeing the city manager nods. I think I understood the presentation today.
Yes.
Does that make
Mayor,
sense?
you're
or-
absolutely right.
It doesn't? Oh, why, okay, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like to think of it like your household budget, which is probably wrong, and you're gonna tell me that. You have your savings account, right? And then you have your bills and you have your pay, right? You have the money that you put into your savings. If you are constantly dipping into your savings to buy new shoes, then if your water heater goes out, it's a substantial amount of money. You may not have enough money in that account to pay for the big stuff. So your savings account shouldn't be something that you're dipping into monthly. It should be money that you're putting to the side in case something catastrophic or in case something huge happens. So if we are budgeting based on, oh, I want to buy some new shoes this fiscal year, dip into my savings account, then eventually, if something really big happens, you may not have enough money in that account to cover it because you're
Right.
kind of keeping it
Right,
flat.
but, and then I'll stop, but just to be clear, to use that example, and I'm not sure applying personal household situations to municipal finance is necessarily the way to go. But if you have set aside an amount that you want to have in your personal budget savings and you're way above that, that's a different story, right? It seems like we're way above it. Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, and Councilwoman Kohar, you're correct. So as Susan said in her presentation, we're shooting for a 4.5 million unassigned fund balance remaining. So we've had 7.1. So we've used that margin, but we at times it's been below 4.5 million as well. So we're trying to stay consistently at 4.5 million. So you're right, there is a level that can be too high for unassigned.
Does that make sense? Or are you okay? No?
As long as the idea is maybe we could use some of that
Yeah.
to avoid deeper cuts, then yes, it does make sense.
So then if that is true, then I'm confused, newly confused, because I'm looking at a chart that says that we had 4.6 million in truly unassigned, and then a whole bunch more in unassigned, but which was really pegged for something else. So we were barely above the 17% in terms of truly unassigned.
Exactly.
So there's still a little play in there, and in the short run, we could maybe use a little bit of that to get us to where we want to be. But we can't. Is it your suggestion that we not touch that golden part, which is the designated for some other things?
The designated is for the expenditure of the next fiscal year.
Okay.
So if this fiscal year, the adopted budget, we have a huge balance of expenditure exceeding the revenue, then that part of money has to be in the orange color again for next year. So that's why the city manager, Jessica, and I try to strive for a closer margin between the revenue and expenditure. So we don't have to designate an amount for the next fiscal year.
Not such a big one.
Yeah. To narrow the margin, so we have more fund that is readily available, an unassigned reserve, which is in the bright orange color.
Okay. You have anything else? Good.
Well,
You're next.
Oh, I am.
I don't know. You're just go.
Yeah,
Keep going. People turned off their lights and then turned them back on. You're on. Go.
Well, mindful of the time, I have a lot of questions, but I'll skip them for now because I know where to find everybody. And I just want to say a few things that thank you for the very helpful and clear presentation. Hope we see you again soon.
Thank you.
I'm really grateful that we have the reserve policy.
Mhm.
And so thank you to the finance director. Thank you to the mayor for making us do this, because I didn't completely get it when I voted for it, but I get it now, and I'm really glad it's
We
there.
told them so, didn't we?
And I'm also very grateful for the tax duplication money that we will be getting next year. So thank you to the deputy, not to leave you out, but you weren't here yet. The deputy city manager and the mayor and everybody else that pushed for it. Because those are two important lifelines as we make this transition from the long-term trends to the puzzle of fiscal 23. And I liked the savings account analogy, and I was thinking, and if you say part of that is for the car, and if you take that designated part of the unassigned reserve that you're saving for that car, you want next year, then you're not gonna have the car. And
Exactly.
that's a
I like that
bigger
analogy
problem.
too.
Mhm.
Buying
But-
shoes.
And the
Yeah.
car will get more expensive. Excellent point. So thank you very much for laying it out like this. This was very helpful, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. I'm because we are in such good fiscal health, I am not in a super New York hurry to balance everything right this minute. But I do wanna work toward that over the next couple years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Costick.
Thank you. Well, it's 11 o'clock, so my brain is
we're
pretty
done.
much done. Yeah, and it's time to go. But I do want to say a huge thank you to you, Mr. Fox, and to Ms. Chung for the great presentation and for bringing this to us. I think it's a really important discussion for us to be having. And what I've been thinking about as we're looking at it, and I hope and assume we will get into it as we get into the budget this year, is the look ahead, and particularly for the CIP, because I know that the CIP in the past has had some projections 2 and 3 years down the line where we're going to have additional expenditures. So I'm concerned about what that would mean for our overall fiscal well-being. So just want to get some information as we look at the budget this year. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cool. And I just have one thing, and we don't have to address it tonight, but one of the other things I feel like trips us up is the right word, is carryover, and
Mhm.
how we do carryover. I feel like that is a place that does get us. And I think this year, in particular, we may have a good chunk, more so than in prior years, of carryover.
Mhm.
In addition, with the over 400,000 with the tax duplication we're going to get in a couple of months. And so having a conversation about that and how we address carryover. And one of the other things, and just as, again, put to think about for the future, is that I think the city of Hyattsville actually has a definition of balanced budget and what they do with carryover in their code. They've actually said and defined it. So that might be helpful for us. I think just as we've defined our reserve policy,
Mhm.
I think having, a good definition of what do we mean by balanced budget, and what are we doing with carryover, and how we assign that may be helpful to memorialize for the council and for future councils. Because I feel like that's also a place, just as Councilmember Kovar talked about, where we get tripped up every budget cycle.
Yes. Great, thank
Good.
you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the presentation and everything, and I think this sets us up well for getting into our budget in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are done.